via Play Store or App Store. It's Clubhouse, one word. Look for Knights and Cardinals. They're both with K. Knights. Think about Knights in shiny armor and think about Cardinal as in for bishops. Anyways, but they're both K, not C. It's K and K. So today we're discussing Katsina State's governor's confirmation that the bandits are Fulanis. Now, on several occasions, we've said this, and people have said, oh, we are being hateful. Well, people have said this, and others have reported and said, oh, they're being hateful, spiteful, they are putting targets on people's backs, and different things like that. So now that it's come from the governor of Katsina State, who said, I think, oh, they speak like him, they profess the same religion he does, and they, talk like him, and they know them. He actually said, we know them. What do you think this means? Like I said, we've been having this conversation, so I'll take it from those who haven't spoken, and tell you we'll go ahead. But please, no interjections, I beg of you. No interjection. It is that important now. Please, let's maintain decorum. Whatever we hear, we attack it intellectually, but we do not disrupt the stage. Ernesto, have you spoken? Ernesto, have you spoken? Okay. Okay, I believe, H, have you spoken? Hold on. Please no flashing. Please no flashing. H, have you spoken?
No.
Okay, H, go ahead, please.
Okay, all right, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Greetings to everyone. I will have to go back in time to some of the discussions we had, and I will like to, kick it off from there. Quickly to Niyi, I think Niyi was one of the last persons that spoke before now, and he made mention of something. I really will want to go back to that firstly, so that I won't lose that line of thought. Niyi said he's from the southwest Nigeria, and he doesn't believe in Fulanization and the fact that some people come and impose their ideas or their beliefs or their ideologies on him, and it rings a bell. The fact that our people do not know what they're up against. So today, we use the recent example of what is happening in Afghanistan, to buttress my point. Afghanistan is, what is happening in Afghanistan now. Anyway, let's picture if there's a Christian in Afghanistan now. I wouldn't really need your response or back and forth because of the live streaming and all of that. I just wanted to get the idea. Picture if there are Christians in Afghanistan now. They have a Taliban government. The Taliban government is not recognizing any woman or any female to be in school. Picture if you're a Christian and you want your daughter to go to school. What happens? The mere fact that you're in Afghanistan now and you're in that same space now. You don't necessarily need to leave the southwest for you to be Fulanized. With the Fulani government, some of these bandits and all of it. Look at what the Mods just played now. These guys talking, just blatantly talking about the fact that they understand that whatever is happening is primitive, but they still want it, and they're going against elected leaders of regions, elected leaders of different states. That whatever they're thinking, it's not for them. Even if whatever they're thinking, if whatever they're bringing up is for the best of their people, these guys are categorically saying they are not here to hear it. So this is just to cheer some of you guys up. You don't need to leave the southwest for you to be Fulanized. All you need is just for the Fulani government to take over and release decrees on laws and policies and whatever from whatever government, and have people to enforce it, have the Nigerian army or the Nigerian police to enforce it. I can go back in time to tell you about Turkey and about Iran, Iraq, and all of these places, but that is just by the way. This is just to evoke the consciousness amongst our people that just think, some things are not going to happen. Then nobody's going to come here and force me to be a Muslim, or nobody's going to come here and force me to be a Christian, or force me as a Yoruba man to be a Fulani. These things are already happening in our faces. So it is time for guys to wake up. So back to the main points. It's unfortunate that some of us still think we have some level of sanity remaining in our people. I was in this club when Miriamu came about and spoke and triggered a lot of us. Some of these guys will come online to speak with American accents and all of that. But the basic thing still remains behind all of whatever they say. You still get to pick out these things. Look out for what these guys just read. What the mod just played. You can tell me a typical headsman will not pen that. A typical Mietiala guy will not pen that. Whoever penned that is not the people reading it out for you. Whoever put up what you heard, what those people read is, they are not people that you typically call Mietialas. These are guys in ministries. These are guys in public offices. These are guys in top echelon of government. So this is just to put it out there that people should know what they're up against. People should really know what they're up against. We don't need Masari, a governor of a state, to come out and acknowledge this now, when another governor, Autumn, has been saying this 1,001 times, even calling out the president, even indicting the president, even when we know the president is not going to respond, and even when we know the fact that non-response from the president actually means the presidency is part of all of this. We know how what's this man's name again? Attorney General of the Federation has come out and at one point in time to actually make some inferences that is even dissimilar to whatever we're talking about, having to talk about the fact that Igbos, spare part dealers in the North may as well not enjoy some benefits that they should be enjoying, even when these guys are coming out to be civilians, having to buy land for themselves and all of that. If the mods will do us a favor, probably play that clip again so that people that are just coming in or people that not even listen to some of these things should listen to it. These guys are threatening. These guys are, cunningly, through some jabs religiously, having to talk about, they're calling that bill Antichrist bill. Nobody does that with the Northerners. Nobody's going to say anti-Islam or anti-whatever and, go away scot-free. These guys are overreaching and, the whole handwriting is there. So, back again, if anybody's thinking, we have this guy, we have these things under control, think again. If you think of some of these people are, learned, we've seen Salisu online just about an hour ago, we've seen Miriamu. If you think of some of these guys are learned and you can meet with these people at some point or at a level playing field, think again. If you think you can go low, think again. These guys will go lower than you. If you think you can bomb places, think again. These guys will bomb themselves. If you think you can kill, think again. These guys will kill their parents. If you think you can do anything, think again. These guys will do more. So don't even think about having to meet at some point to say let's agree on some point to see reasons with me. These guys will never see reasons with you. We've seen that over and over again. The fact that people will not even respect the sanctity of life. This is typical. This is fundamental. Everywhere over the world, everybody knows the sanctity of life. Everybody understands that. Everyone understands freedom of self-determination. Everybody understands that you have your right to your property, and somebody with his or a cow from somewhere should not just encroach over your property. But these guys just don't want to hear that. So if some of us are thinking, we meet these people on some level playing ground and we all have some chitty-chatty or we'll be able to convince them, think again, for crying out loud. It is time to take action. It is time to know how low these guys can go. It is time to we ourselves to think, how low can we go? How low can these guys drag us to? These guys are not caring if the country burns or if the country is not progressing. They've said that in just the most recent press release that they want to go back in time to maintain their pastoralist lifestyle, even if people are talking about space travel as of now. So if whatever anybody is still thinking, we can make some political solutions to this, we'll meet at the polls, or we elect somebody, think again, for crying out loud, think. Masari is just coming out to tell us whatever it now. Exactly what do we make of it? Nothing is going to change. We already know this. But they will come for our governors, they will come for the southern governors and tell you whatever you guys are thinking is satanic. You're just wasting your time. And that is the reality of things. So this is a wake-up call to everyone. Know where things are now and know where we can go and know peace. I yield the mic.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for your submission. The next person is Jide. Jide, please go ahead. Is Jide there? Okay, Chile, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good day, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. First of all, I would like to start my submission by saying that you cannot trample upon the humanity of anyone and still regain your sanity. I think the Igbos, very practical, they put it in their proverb when they say, Onye he who holds another to the mud, hold himself. The topic today is talking about how the Katsina governor, Masari, confirms that bandits are Fulani. Of course, this is what we've been saying over the time, and when people say Fulani X-Men, Fulani terrorists, and they are called that. No, you're trying to propagate hate. That is hate speech. Not all of them are Fulani. Some of them are Igbos. Some of them are Yorubas. They went to the north trying to gaslight experiences. And funnily, I think one of the speakers, although she's not here, Miriama, she came online, she came on stage, and she said, the problem now is that some of us that are Fulanese, the people are trying to target us as terrorists. It's not fair. Not all Fulanis are terrorists. Not all Fulanis are herdsmen. Not all Fulanis are this. And that is total bullshit. Because whenever issues like these are raised, what we should be hearing from the Fulanis are solutions. How are we going to move forward? What are we going to do to track these guys? What are we going to do to tackle these guys? Because gaslighting is not a solution. Gaslighting, any form of movement, any form of solution is not a solution at all. Saying that, okay, not all Fulani Fulanis are herdsmen, not all Fulani herdsmen are terrorists. Okay, we agree. Is that going to solve the problem? No. Okay, it's just like me coming on stage, maybe in a room where they are talking about women's rights, and maybe somebody make a statement that men are scum or men are trash, and I come on stage to say, I'm a man, all men are not trash, all men are not scum. Some men, is that going to solve the problem? Is that going to grant women their rights? Saying Fulani, not all Fulani herdsmen are this, not all Fulani, is that going to solve the problem? The problem here is that people are killed every day in Nigeria because for the sole reason that they are Nigerian. People cannot travel via road in the north just because they are Nigerian. I'm yet to see any killing or to read about any killing of a Fulani person because the person is perceived as a terrorist. Fulani people, they go around their business. Fulani herdsmen, they go around their business. And nobody kill them because nobody, even if you perceive that they are terrorists, you move your way. But these people are killing people daily. They are kidnapping people daily, doing all forms of unspeakable crimes against humanity. And some people are here saying that not all of them are terrorists, not all of them are this, not all of them are that. Is that going to solve the problem? And the reason why people are using the word Fulani terrorists is because the Fulanis themselves, anytime they are young clubbers, they are not even trying to propagate solution. They are not even trying to proffer solution to that problem in their region. What they are trying to do is just to exonerate themselves. Oh, I'm a Fulani and I'm not a terrorist. Stop the name calling. Stop the hate speech. So much so that we even have Shegumi, somebody that negotiates between bandits and the federal government. We have people that will come online or open in Nigeria to say, I'm negotiating with bandits. Where, in which nation is this done? That IPOBs, IPOB, they are called terrorists, but bandits are doing business. That within how many months IPOB were proscribed as terrorist group, but bandits and terrorists, they are doing business. They are not secessionist group. They kidnap people because they want money. They kidnap people because they are hungry. They are just doing business. They rape people's wives, kill people's children because they are doing business. That is their nature of business. We shouldn't touch them. We shouldn't call them names. And people are here trying to gaslight the fact that people are dying every day in Nigeria because they are just Nigerian. Nobody has been killed because they are Fulani. Fulani people are moving around the country, and nobody has ever said, oh, because you're Fulani, you're going to die. But Fulani will kill people because they are Nigerian. They will kidnap people, and if you can't pay ransom, you are killed or raped or so many unspeakable things are done to people just because they are human. And we should sugarcoat the word. In the political discourse of Nigeria now, what's the main thing now is that how am I going to sound politically correct? Should I call a truth a truth? Should I call a lie a lie? Or should I call a lie a truth just to be politically correct? That's why we see so much gaslighting. Should I call killing? Or should I say it's just farmer herders clash? There is an ethnic cleansing going down in Middle Belt. Should I call it an ethnic cleansing, or should I call it farmers herders clash, just to be politically correct? There is a genocide going on still in the Middle Belt. Should I call it a genocide, or should I call it farmers herders clash? It's just a minor issue. They are just dragging land. Should I call it that, or should I call it what it is? I think these are deep questions we should ask ourselves as we go about our day-to-day activities. Are we making progress as a country? Okay, let's accept the fact that, not all Fulanis are killers. Not all Fulanis are terrorists. Does that solve any problem? And painfully, the federal government of Nigeria are aiding these people because the federal government has never come out to speak against these people. The president himself has never come out to say, these people are terrorists. These people are killing people. And some people will still come on stage to say, these people are like Niger Delta terrorists. Okay, what are they fighting for? Why are they killing people? Why are the Fulani people? Why are they killing people? Why are they kidnapping students? Why are they raping people's wives? Why are they killing innocent children? What does the child knows about clash or Fulani areas, farmers clash? What does any child knows about this clash? So why are they being killed? What is their problem? They don't have a cause. But we have somebody that will come on live television to say, I'm negotiating for these people. Okay, what are you negotiating for? What do they want? Before I yield the mic, I think it's very wise for us to ask ourselves this question. Should we call a lie? Should we call terrorists, or should we give them fancy title like bandits? Should we be sincere? Should we call ethnic cleansing, or farmer elder clash? Should we say the truth, or we should stay on the fence? Those are things we should ask ourselves. And the honest answer is, the more we start to play politics with these things, one of these days it's going to get to our doorsteps. And when it gets to our doorstep, I don't know how soon, I don't know how fast, I don't know how long, but one day, previously the northern elders were backing these guys, but now they are killing their own. One day that chicken will come back to roost. And that is what is happening in the north now. So the governor calling it bandits, that they are Fulanis, is not even a new thing. We all know these things. But let them continue playing politics. And my own is just the painful part is the innocent people's life that will be lost in this process. My name is Cherry, and I use the mic now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cherry. Thank you for your submission. The next person on the queue is Olawale. Olawale, please go ahead. Mr. Olawale. Sorry.
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, everybody. And I'm going to be very brief. First of all, I don't know if the Mayati Ala people, if they don't consult lawyers or they don't consult attorneys before coming on air to make some announcements or some threatening speeches. Because under the Land Use Act of the federal government, each governor is responsible for actions taken on land of his own state. So if Mayati can come out and say, no, we're not going to respect this overgrazing ban, we're not going to accept it. I don't know, even if they go to court, they can't win. But sometimes you try to understand the audacity at which these people talk. I'm not trying to stigmatize against the Fulani, but you see the actions that they take sometimes, they just come with all confidence and they talk like nobody can challenge us. Look at Otto, the governor of Benue State. It was the tried killing. Now these people came out on air and said that yes, you tried to kill him because he is a threat to us, and they were not arrested. They came out on air and admitted, I'm talking about the Fulani and Mayetiala, said that, oh, come, we tried to kill him. He was lucky that he escaped, and we are still going to kill him. So when you see all this kind of things in display, security measures, agents are not even arresting anybody, even our own Oga Shigumi is out there talking and accusing the government that they know where the bandits are, but they can't do anything to them. A governor in the north came out and said not all bandits are bad. I don't know if he doesn't understand the meaning of the word bandit. These and many more are scary. Sometimes I wonder how we share country with this kind of people that reason like this. The rate at which they read, the way at which they reason, the way at which they talk, they just feel like, okay, yes, we have to say this and not will happen. Come to the southwest. We have so many issues with I'm talking about the likes of Okeokun, Igora, and all those areas. When these people, when they come out with confidence and tell you that yes, we own this place, this belongs to us. These are things that I'm very, very sure that we in the southwest can try that in the north. I served in the north. I served in Katsina, Masari local government. I was a CLO, and at the cost of that, I was able to move around so many local governments within my zone, which was in Justema, to check on my coppers. I know the way at which we were stigmatized again because we are not outside people, because we are not northern. They don't want us to even come close to them. We are given a lodge far away from the villages because they see us as these people are corrupt. So, but yes, they come down here and they feel like we should not accept anything they do, whatever they say is right, nobody can challenge them. And look at our president, he's not even coming out to say anything about it. And I don't know, we have another uncle who is a professor of law that is not even saying anything. I don't know what happened. Maybe uncle is afraid that the DSS will come after him. After that traders money that he did some years back without following the due process, which they used against him, I guess. So these are many more. It's really scary. I believe there are so many Fulani people in the house. Maybe they can, help us just talk and make us understand why this is happening and why the government is not saying anything. Just make us understand. And that way we cannot believe, okay, there's no agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olawale. Thank you for your views on your submission. Mr. Abdullah, please go next.
Hello, good evening, everyone. And my name is Abdullah, and I am Hausa, Fulani, or let's just say I'm Fulani. And I like to start from. I like to say that I like to acknowledge what Mr. H said earlier on, and his views were very, very interesting and very knowledgeable for us here. And I really commend you for what you say. and I believe the problems, which are very much, I think it starts from patriotism, because if we're all patriotic in the country, if we all love the country as we claim to love the country, we wouldn't be having such problems. Here in the north, I personally know people that have been kidnapped. I personally have stories. I've heard stories, or I firsthand seen the banditry and terrorism that this herdsmen cause here, and it's very devastating. I also have traveled a lot around the country. I schooled in the Southwest. I've stayed there for 6 years. I have also had my own fair share of tribalistic offenses from people and everything. But first, I would like to say I just listened to what the moderator played, that the Meiti Allah spokesman said, and I believe that was utterly nonsense. It goes so far to paint all of us, of which I don't blame anyone, painting all Fulani people as terrorists, because we can clearly see, if a spokesman of Meiti Allah can say this in public, threaten a whole nation, and there is no rapid action by the DSS, there is no rapid action by the federal government to try and to even make efforts to stop comments from major organizations and from the north saying things like this. It goes the favoritism in the government to the ethnic group issues clearly, and it's very disheartening to know that it affects everybody. It affects us all. We have been using fallacious statements. Yes, I'm not going to criticize anyone for saying that. And the political approach towards this I can't believe that it's now that Katsina is saying, Katsina state government is saying, oh, it's the Fulani that are the bandits. It's very sad, because we've known this. Everyone, it's crystal clear. It is not, but they don't travel. I want to use travel, because if you have traveled around the country, you get to meet beautiful people in different culture and get to share an ideology. Most people have like minds, and that is to make the country better. But the myopic view of the government right now towards the myopic view of the government right now is very sentimental towards these people, which is very, very bad. It shows that we do not have the unity. It shows that we did not elect patriots to be our leaders. It goes a long way to say that Nigeria right now is in a hell of a mess. If they say action speaks louder than voice, I blame all the Iowa youths and Iowa organizations for not standing up. I also blame myself for not doing the best I can to show our parents, because it's our parents that
I can hardly hear you. I don't know, am I the only one? Please, sorry.
Hello?
He's loud and clear, but it seems you're the one. But it's better now, Abdullah. Please go ahead.
No, I can't hear him as well. You should speak up a little bit more.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, better.
Okay. I do blame myself. I blame my people. The term my people. I blame Nigeria in general. I blame Hausa people. I blame the Fulani people. I blame the Iowa community for not standing up, for not standing up for their fellow Nigerians, and being like a desical and nonchalant about the atrocity, the terrorism, the genocides that are happening in Nigeria at large. It is more or less ignorance and negligence from all across the country, because the northern leaders are ignorant, are very ignorance about what's happening in the country because it's not affecting them directly, which is a terrible ideology. And I still blame us, the citizens, for voting, for electing such people to be our leaders. The negligence from the president, knowing clearly that okay, this is what's happening in the country. It is not. I don't even know why they use political terminologies like hate speech. What the Mayor Allah spokesman just said can outrageously be called blasphemy at an exaggerated state, but it is a threat to the nation, and it was aired, and there is no instantaneous response from the government. It goes to show that okay, the government is actually one-sided, and it's very disheartening. Yes, Hausa and well, most of my people will say we are the ones, we are the wearers of the crown, so we stand tall. No, I am Nigerian also, and I'm Nigerian first. You sang your anthem saying, "Arise, O compatriot." You didn't arise when your nation needed you to vote 2015. You didn't arise when your nation needed you to vote 2019. We are coming towards 2023. Are you going to arise? Are you going to be a patriot of your country and vote the right people? Yes, you can't blame the government, you still blame the people. People have the larger share, and it's sad. That's my contribution to this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abdullah. Thank you for your submission. And the next person, sorry, Abdulwasi, the order is the PTR order. Abdulwasi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I want to know my position in the PTR.
No, it's a PTR order. When it gets to your turn, I'll call you. If you PTR, you'll see it. So you have a lot of people before you. There's Shegun, there's Jamil, there's Chukwemeka, Mr. David, Njenje. You have a lot of people before you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Abdullah. So the next person on the queue is Mr. Yomi. Mr. Yomi, please, are you there, sir? Mr. Yomi Unimole. Okay, the next person will be Smokey.
Thank you very much. You see, I was in this room earlier and I got really vexed and I left. I didn't leave because I was vexed. I left because I had an errand to run. But full disclosure, I didn't hear any of the interviews played. So if I'm wrong, please feel free to correct me. But I'm going to go back to the basis of what happened when I was in the room earlier. Now, I don't like to speak on these things because I've been on Clubhouse for a while and I just feel like a lot of people come here to talk and this other group that just come here to say things to trigger people. But I want to take us back and remind us of certain things in case certain people, if they're still here, they're having, what is that thing called again? Amnesia. What do they call that amnesia? I can't remember what it's called, but selective amnesia. In case people decide to start having selective amnesia on these groups, let us remind them. When Boko Haram started in the north. The people in the south were saying, watch this thing. We were ignored. Boko Haram became a python and started running around, destroying everywhere in the north. That time, Goodluck Jonathan was in power. I'm not a fan of Goodluck Jonathan. I feel like he was a weak, whatever. But in that his weakness, he has shown me that even in his weakness, we enjoyed certain privileges which we are not enjoying now. So don't even think about that. Me referencing Jonathan means I support or I love him. But it was Jonathan's time. I remember people in the north carried coffins for Jonathan's death. I remember people in the north doing 1 million man march. Buhari himself was running up and down, marching, protesting. Jonathan is out of power. Buhari has come in. Boko Haram became more menacing than they ever were under Jonathan. You can hate what I'm saying. You can like it. I don't care. But Boko Haram became more menacing. What did we as Nigerians do? Nothing. We thought it was in the north. All right. Let us forget about the entire territory of Nigeria. What did the northerners themselves do about Boko Haram? You say these people are not practicing Islam. They are not northerners. They are not this. They are not that. They are not that. What have you done to curtail the activities and the movement and the marauding of these people? What have the northerners themselves done? Under their nose, Boko Haram split and went ISIS and Boko Haram. Under the same nose, we had the Fulani headsmen, the Fulani militia, whatever they are called, ranked number 4 in the world. Number 4 in the world is in Nigeria, is the Fulani headsmen. But every day when we come up here to talk, somebody wants to pontificate and just delay it and tell us why we shouldn't, or why we should be careful, or why we should be this, that their people are dying. So, okay, your people are dying. The people who these headsmen have been running around killing, are they not somebody's mother? Are they not people's father? Are they not people's brothers? Are they not people's daughters? Are they not people's cousins, uncles, and aunties? Those people deserve to die. But your own people, they deserve to be protected. They deserve to be pampered. They deserve to be petted. They deserve to be given all comforts in life. But then, as long as maybe they don't speak Fulani or they're not Muslim, it's to hell with them. Is that what we are saying? Because what has been done to and this submission is directed at my brothers in the north. It's not directed. I don't care what the Southerners have been doing, but you claim that these people are killing Fulanis. You claim that these people are. When this thing started, what was the story we were told? That these people are not Nigerians. That they are coming from outside Nigeria. Okay, we know that the Fulani. Let's forget about Fulani now. We know that the north. The northern territory, the northerners themselves, they are united and they are, how do I put it? What's the word I'm looking for? But basically, a foreigner cannot come into their community without them knowing that there is a foreigner amongst them. That's basically what I'm trying to say. So, all these people coming from Niger or wherever they were coming from, and this killing started, you saw these people coming. What did you do to checkmate these people? Did you go out and say, okay, no, stop, go back to where you're coming from? You're not Nigerians, or you're not whatever, or you're coming here to kill. Stop, let us sort out all these things going on in our own area. Then later on, we can say, come and join us, or come and do business, or come and do whatever. But at the height of that thing, the borders were open. The Northerners themselves were not saying anything. Then, when they finished telling us it was not Nigerians, the whole thing was changed to, no, it was farmer sellers clashes. Then they said it was not Nigerians. Then they come back and they said, no, it was bandits. That was when it started in Zamfara. That's when people now realized Zamfara had gold. They were not saying this. They now blamed it on the Zamfara people, their gold, and the bandits who were in there trying to steal gold. That's how they coined the term bandits. From that one, they said it was headsmen or whatever, and they said no. I remember at the time we called them killer headsmen, didn't we? But the whole problem for me, every time I come on this platform, seems to be that people want to tell us that all these people committing all this crime and criminality, we should stop calling them Fulani. That's the problem. The problem is not that, okay, these people are amongst us, so these people speak the same language I speak. They have the same culture I have. They do the same things the way I do. Okay, I'm in the best position to go and talk to these people and hold these people down and say, listen, do this thing because what you're doing is wrong. What you're doing is bad. Nobody has come out to say that. But all I keep hearing each time I come on this platform is, I don't call them Fulani this. They're not Fulani. How can you denigrate the whole Fulani race? Obviously, everybody with a 2 piece of sense knows that when they say Fulani, we're not talking about the Fulanis in the cities, in the towns, doing their businesses, owning their own whatever. Like making a name and a life for themselves. Those are the ones we are talking about. Those ones, by all means, can continue with what they're doing. Nobody has a problem with them. Have you ever heard where Southerners entered his Fulani shop to go and kill a Fulani person because the Fulani person was because he was Fulani or they was prejudiced against him because of all this situation? Please, again, correct me if I'm wrong. But what we keep on hearing is people going into bushes, hiding there, coming out and attacking people who are going about here.
Mr. Smokey, this is our bureau. I don't mean to stop you, but please can you round up in 45 seconds?
No, stop. Thank you very much. I was just rounding up. But what we keep hearing is these people coming out from the bushes to go and attack people. And then when we come on here as people who are future leaders of tomorrow, Buhari has, I'm not wishing him bad, but the most he has left in this life is 10 years. So with Tinubu, the rest of them, most of them, they are on the ticking time clock, who will go very soon. Now, are you telling me that it's our generation that we cannot think critically for ourselves and begin to pull all these dope elements running around in our own areas, who we know that they're the ones causing the problem for us, who are then tagging our race as bad? We cannot hold them. There is a thing that, and I'll round up with this, there's a thing that I always hear when I was young and I was growing up in Nigeria. There used to be this thing they used to say, Northerners, I don't want to specify a certain race, but just when you hear about Northerners, they always tell you, our poor people will go and do crime or commit whatever, and they will get away with it. Why? Because when they arrest them, all they have to do is call a big man, and the big man will call them, and then they will get them out. Because why? The big people in the north are always looking down for the criminals. But in the south, it's not like that. Why? Because when the criminals go and come back, the big people in the south don't offer them protection, except it's for election purposes. So if we know that the big people in the north are protecting these criminals, why don't we, or not we, but why don't the Northerners themselves start putting pressure, like they always tell us, on their big people, on their politicians, on their House of Rep members, to curtail this menace going on? Erufai said something, and I'll end with this. He said, when Jonathan was in power, that PDP was always claiming that they were politicizing issues. Fix the issue so we stop politicizing it. Now, I'm ending my submission with this. To my northern brothers who hate that we're always talking about Fulani, fix the issue. Let us stop talking about Fulani.
Thank you, Mr. Smokey. Thank you very much. Sorry, we missed some people earlier because when I called their name, they were not here. Please stop flashing Mr. Henderson, please. Thank you. I see you. So, ordinarily, Mr. KLX should go, but Mr. KLX, would you indulge me? Let me take Mr. Jimmy, then I'll come back to you. Or do you want to go, sir? Mr. KLX. Mr. KLX?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I actually must commend everybody for their contributions so far. But I think the issue of Fulani.
Is Nigerian changing, or has Nigerian changed? No. So, we would always...
So that we can understand each other very well. It is generally known that the Fulanis are nomads, the typical ones. They move from countries to countries. That has been their way of life. So when I heard someone talking about Buhari being patriotic or any Fulani man, especially the nomads, especially the ex-friends, because if actually they destabilize Nigeria today, they move to Ghana, they move to Mali, they move to anywhere. It's normal for them. That is their way of life. They don't see it as an issue. They enjoy it. They live inside the bushes.
I'm not talking about the city Fulanis right now. There are a lot of city Fulanis that is in Ilorin, but I'm talking about the ones that live inside the bush. That's why they find it easy to attack people and move on. And when other Fulanis in Nigeria talk about Fulanis that are killing, that they are not Nigerians, they know what they're saying. They have a point, but because all those Fulanis might not actually come from Nigeria alone. Some can come as well as married to Nigeria from Cote d'Ivoire or anywhere to Nigeria. But the question is, if someone is not a Nigerian and is in Nigeria killing other people, why can't you call him out? Why can't you call the authority? Why can't you arrest him? But the answer is simple. An average Fulani man will always be loyal to Fulani like him than is going to be loyal to Nigeria. Because to Buhari, he would rather protect. In fact, he once said something similar to, he once indirectly said something like, he has more family in Niger Republic than Nigeria. And he's not joking about that. He will protect his brother that comes from Niger before he actually protects someone like me or you. So we just have to learn very well about their way of life so as to know how to respond to the things they do. Because certain things they don't understand. When you tell them not to come to your farm, they find it hard to understand. Then they start comparing it with an Igbo man that sells parts in the north. Like, that is a man that actually rents a building to do his business that will obey all the local laws. If a Fulani man is moving his cattle around in Katsina, I don't have issues with that. If you're moving that your cattle around on your properties in Sokoto, if you can buy a whole city in Kano and you move cattle around, I don't give a fuck about that. But don't come to my land. That's what I'm saying. Don't come to my property. I once had a farm in Nigeria, like in southwestern Nigeria. I think I was the first person to buy land around that place. Then I built a poultry farm there. Then 6 years later, houses started springing up. Then the resident actually complained that, say, the poultry is smelling and the place was supposed to be a residential area. I had to beg them for 2 years. They couldn't even give me 2 years on my own property that I bought with my money. I had to relocate my farm. Because in a civilized environment, if they call a place a residential area, it's meant for people to live in, not for poultry beds. So I left. And I used the property for something else. So if we are saying, don't move your cattle down here, why don't you just look for somewhere in the north? If the people around there enjoy, then move cattle around there. You can produce enough meat that will supply the whole world right from the north without coming down here. But don't move your cattle to my farm. And when they attack people, they find it easy because the police is not going to do anything about that. Because their grandfather, who happens to be their patron, is the president and is rubbing it all over people's face because there's nothing we can do about it. But they need to understand one thing. If you keep harboring Fulanis from Niger Republic, Fulani from Cameroon, and they're killing people there, at a point in time, they won't even respect the grandfather as the grandfather anymore. Just like it happens in Afghanistan. Some people have sympathies for Taliban initially because they thought Taliban was actually fighting corruption. Like Taliban, we call the local politicians harms, then the people will think they've actually been given justice. But right now they're suffering from it. So I just wish the Fulanis, especially the one that has been in Nigeria for generations, and the city Fulanis understand that at a point in time, the bandits, the Fulanis that are not Nigerians, and the Fulanis that are Nigerians that are criminals, and the selfish ones that are not criminals, but probably because they were selfish, they just want to make money, they keep supporting others. You just need to understand that one day, if we continue on this path, the criminals will actually overrun the country. And that will be pretty bad for every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. NLX. Chimi, are you back, sir?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
Okay, before I speak, I just want to ask a quick question. Abura, have we had a house Negro speak yet?
Sorry,
they've spoken and they've gone.
Okay, if they gone,
Mr. Chimi, please hold on. Mr. Chimi, please hold on. Please, guys, let me retreat. I want to reset the room. This is Knights and Cardinals. In here, we have constructive conversations, and all opinions are respected, and there's freedom of speech. However, your opinions are always going to be decimated with facts by other people, and we respect each other's opinions. Thank you. And sorry, please, there will be no interjection. If you interject, I will have to go like you, of which I'll bring you back after some minutes. Thank you. Mr. Chimi, please go ahead, sir.
Okay. So I can't really speak as a house Negro then. Would that not be tolerated in Knights and Cardinals?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So what I'm going to say, I'm speaking as my alter ego called Aliyu Samson. No. So I grew up in the north and I schooled in the west. And actually my wife is from, she's a short Arab. So basically, you know, when people come and they say all these things about Fulani, I often wonder, you know, are we still the same one Nigeria? Because we should actually look out for each other, you know, and if people are killing people in the south, how do we know that there might not be, you know, Igbos among them? You know, Igbos are the businessmen, so maybe it's even Igbos that are supplying the AK-47 to the so-called Fulani herdsmen. You know, so we can't really just say that it's Fulani herdsmen. And also, you know, it's not about complaining about Nigeria. You should always think about what you can do for Nigeria. So if everybody has to pay a sacrifice for the country to move forward, if you go to France, Germany, the USA, they've all been through what we're going through. So, you know, we should be able to, if people are being killed, you accept it that maybe that's a sacrifice that we're paying today for one Nigeria. So, you know, and eventually things will be better. People need to have faith in the country and they need to pray. You know, the security, there's no point, you know, having all these vigilante groups saying they're defending themselves. You know, that's medieval. We have a police force. So, you know, the police force may not be doing what they should do now, but that's probably because the police force are underfunded. Maybe if we fund the police force, then there'll be more policemen to actually stop the herdsmen. But that's by the way. You know, I just think that we need to stop blaming the Fulani herdsmen who are going in the forest and killing people. Just because, you know, it's not fair on them. And, you know, it's kind of, this is how Rwanda started. So we should stop blaming them. Me, I've never seen a Fulani herdsman before, so I can't say that they're the ones doing it. Like Tinubu said, where are the cows? Exactly. So I think we just need to look inside ourselves as Nigerians and try and live together as Nigerians and make this our great nation prosper. If Buhari is bad now, somebody else will come in and the person will do better, and then we will resolve this whole issue. But on the basis of whether it's Fulani herdsmen, maybe we should just call them killers, you know. But we don't have to save Fulani herdsmen, you know. What if we start saying, you know, Igbo drug dealers? Would you like it? You wouldn't like it. So the way that we're saying Fulani herdsmen, like I said before, there might even be job people amongst the herdsmen, because at the end of the day, everybody likes cows. There might even be Igbo people. There might even be Yoruba people there. So that's just what I have to say. And that's just to tell the house Negroes that, you know, we can all sound like house Negroes if we want, but we choose to speak the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chimi. Thank you for your submission. Please, people, when you come on stage, please endeavor to mute your mic immediately, because we don't want this section interrupted. Okay, so moving on. Mr. Now he has left again. Okay, so moving on. Damilola, please, you are the next speaker, sir. Please. Mr. Damilola, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Please go.
Sorry, which of the Mr. were you talking? Is it Mr. President or?
I said Mr. Damilola. Okay, seems he's not there. Otega, please go ahead, sir. Otega.
I have.
Please go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. This is quite a sensitive topic. I'm just going to speak a few things from my own perspective. I might be wrong or right. I hope this is a room where we're able to learn from each other. I've heard a lot of people speak today. I actually watched both the interview of Governor Masari of Katsina State, but also the statement from Miete Allah. I think as a law-abiding citizen of, I live in the UK and I obey the law. One thing that's unique about UK law is whenever the central government, or should I say, one of the biggest makeup of our laws is what we call case laws. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just going to explain what a case law is. A case law is whenever a case gets to the Supreme Court or the Appeal Court and a judgment is made, and that case becomes a law. Sometimes the central government may adjust the law to align to that case law, or that case law becomes more of what everyone aligns their case to. Why am I saying this? There's been a lot of issues around Land Use Act. Some states have put in laws to enforce their right to manage and authorize and decide how the lands are used. Now, people should go to court. Go to the Supreme Court and let the Supreme Court of Nigeria interpret the law to determine who has powers for land allocation. That is how we can develop as a country. That's how we can develop our jurisprudence. Our laws and how they are interpreted should be tested. It is one thing to have a law, it's another thing to test the law. What I don't see happening in Nigeria is that we don't have a lot of times where the state government takes the federal government to court and vice versa, or even the local government taking the state or federal government to court. We have three arms of government, and the judiciary arm is a very important arm of government. That's why whenever there's a bastardization happening, like what we saw in 2019, it calls for concern, because that is the last hope of the common man. Anybody could approach the court. Any group of persons could approach the law to challenge some of this conversation that's happening, so that we can have law and order in this country. I think that's what I have to say about that. When it comes to the issue of banditry, herdsmen, Fulani, those are three subsets that somehow entwine. And whenever this entwination and interpretations happen, what we find is that we have a situation where there's politics involved in all these things. I cannot comment on what I don't know. There's a lot of secrets. But what we know is that this problem has exacerbated in the last 5 to 10 years. I grew up around Fulani herders. I have given an example in this room where there was a time I grew up when I was in Nigeria. I was in my small church that had no walls. My church was somewhere in the middle of a bushy part, and we went there to pray. We were sleeping in church, and Fulani herdsmen came into that venue that night with their knives. But they came to look who are the people there, and they found out, it's the church people. They left. They did not come to kill us. They actually came because they found strangers in that church building, and they wanted to be sure that it is the occupants of the church. These people were part of our community. So I don't know what has gone wrong. But as one speaker had said, everybody knows me, I'm one Nigeria. I believe Nigeria is going through a process that every civilized and developed nation went through during the course of their development. It's quite a critical junction, but that's where we find ourselves. Some of us who are avid followers of cowboy movies in America, we know that there was cattle rustling, there were killings, there were bandits, there were groups. There is the sheriff, there is the marshal. There were all kinds of security apparatus to deal with the issues. There was land grabbing. There was all sorts of things that happened during the process of the development of the American nation. The nation was so inadequate at that point that some people can come into town and wipe out the town. People were scared. If you watch cowboy movies, you will know all this. Sometimes you might think all these are stories that looked fancy, but that was the experience of the people there. And I believe that we are going through that same junction. It's quite painful, but progress is very painful. It's sad because people are losing their life. And we seem to have a government who seem to be powerless or inactive or not doing anything, or actually part of it. I don't even know. I don't know because I don't live in Nigeria. But what I see is a manifestation of failure. What I see is governors saying we are powerless. What does that do for? It demands us to be able to have an effective National Assembly that can debate and come up with solutions. That's why they are elected. I see some of them in the National Assembly crying, sharing tears. I can't go back to my village. I can't do this. This is not why we elected you. If you are powerless, then if the kitchen is too hot, get out of it. I agree with that person because I'm a Democrat. Someone was saying the only option we have now is to try to have an election that can bring in at least manageable people. Because the people we have leading this country now, they are worse than the worst. We just need the right people to come forward and see if we can salvage this country. I'm not going to deceive you to say, because I'm one Nigeria, I do not recognize the place we found ourselves. One thing that doesn't make sense to me, all this talk about the federal government is part and parcel of the problem, or some state government is part and parcel of the problem, or there's a conspiracy. The conspiracy doesn't make sense to me because I don't see who is winning in what is going on now. I don't see any political group actually making any, because see, if anyone tries to hijack this country, there will be a civil war. We will all suffer it. So maybe, as I said, I will characterize this problem just for a summary. I will say that the problem we face is a social and political problem. It's a social construct, it's a political problem that requires political solutions. Some people just have to be statesmen. Some people just have to meet some people halfway. Some people just have to negotiate and say, see, you can negotiate from a position of strength. That does not mean that you are weak. When Abraham Lincoln wanted to abolish slavery, he tried to negotiate with the South. Yes, the North was stronger, but because as a statesman, he didn't want war. But when they made war inevitable, he had to go for war. I'm going to just say this thing lastly. The last thing I will say is that I live in Europe, and one problem we have in Europe, or should I say, one social issue that is peculiar to Europe is that we have a gypsy population. Gypsy can be Romanian, Irish, there are all sorts of gypsies in the UK, in Europe, and these are travelers. They travel, they don't like to stay in housing. I used to work for the Department for Work and Pension. It's hard for us to track them. It's hard for us to pay their housing bills because they don't stay in normal house. But we had to create peculiar solution to the problems of to the sort of challenge the people, these cultural people offered us. They like to stay in caravans. We gave them lands. They like to stay in in temporary houses. Anyone who lives in Europe will tell you gypsies have their sort of caravans and yard. They stay in small houses. The government had to provide these solutions for them. They are still a problem in our society, and that is without me castigating them. Where Jesus Christ said, where the vultures, where the carcasses, you find the vultures there. Wherever you see them, there seems to be a correlation with crime, with theft, with vandalization. But does that mean, in fact, in Romania,
Mr. Ortega, please can you run off in 30 seconds, sir? Thank you.
Okay, last thing I was going to say, I was speaking to one of my Romanian friends because there are more gypsies in Romania. The government had to enact law to protect gypsies because, yes, there's a lot of crime in their population and decide to castigate them, but the government also had to protect them. So we need to find unique solutions to the unique problems we face, and it takes the right types of leadership to find the solution to these problems. I'm going to rest the mic here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Please stop flashing people. We are going by the PTR order, so there's no I think this needless flashing. Thank you. So please I want to reset the room. Welcome to Knights and Cardinals. In here we have intellectual conversations and we bring up topics that challenge us to make research, and in here your opinions are welcome, but they are also subjected to be decimated. Those opinions are subjected to be decimated. So today we're talking about the Katsina State Governor Masari, saying that the bandits are actually Fulanis. They speak his language. They share the same behavior, the same religious beliefs with him, and the same ideology. So we have a 16 minutes clip of the statement that was released yesterday by the Mieti Allah group about the anti-grazing law. So what we would like to do is we don't want to bore you out. So we'll be playing 5 minutes each, then we'll discuss in between. So we'll play the first 5 minutes of that statement now. Please, Njenje, please go ahead.
Anti-grazing laws and banning of open grazing is a satanic agenda to destroy our means of livelihood by desperate politicians acting on faulty and self-serving security reports. It is Frederick Bestia in 1801, in his Economic Sufism, who said, when plunder becomes a way of life of a group of men living together in a society, they create for themselves in the course of time a legal system that authorizes it and a moral code that glorifies it. This is a clear case of the current rush to create negative laws against our cultural heritage. Anti-grazing laws and policies are attempts to ban open grazing are nothing but populist and corrupt-driven agenda designed by visionless, inept, and desperate politicians to destroy pastoralist means of livelihood. These dangerous and satanic laws must be nipped in the bud by the National Assembly to safeguard the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as it portends greater danger to the corporate existence of the country. These oppressive laws and hostile policies being enacted by state governors are fundamentally going against the Fulani all over the country and are not consistent with global best practices. So why singling out the pastoralists who have been suffering from cumulative years of neglect in terms of development from both federal, state, and local governments? There is a looming danger and security implications of these satanic laws by the ill-informed governors on national security. The laws will destroy livestock production and send into poverty millions of people that depend on livestock value chain. The butchers, the transporters, the livestock dealers, the consumers who are used to affordable source of beef and milk are going to be affected. The laws will undermine relative peace and stability currently enjoyed in local communities and threaten social order. The laws will exacerbate cattle rustling in local communities as criminal gangs and state-sponsored vigilantes like Amotekun and other state-sponsored gangs to be rustling our cattle. The laws will lead to a serious humanitarian crisis as families will be destabilized, market and economic livelihood will be disrupted. The laws will lead to massive cross-border migration that will create further security challenges for the country. Our prayers. The National Assembly and Mr. President to intervene and stop the current attempts by some state governors to criminalize our means of livelihood of cattle rearing through enacting of satanic and obnoxious laws they call anti-grazing laws, which I call antichrist, targeted at Fulani pastoralists. The federal government should create a ministry for livestock and fisheries as obtainable in many African countries. Nigerians should adopt strategies in responding to changes of climate change as it affects livestock production, not negative laws. Government should take an inventory of all existing grazing reserves, traditional grazing areas, transhumance corridors, major stock routes, and fully develop at least one grazing reserve in each senatorial zone in line with the recommendation of the Interministerial Committee on Livestock Development in Nigeria 2015, the report of Presidential Committee on Pastoralism and Insecurity 2014, and the Livestock Transformation Program. The existing African Union and ECOWAS protocols stroke regulations of pastoralists and transhumans should be domesticated and proper documentation and implementation strategies be put in place to check illegal migrations into the country. The government should incorporate pasture development in the implementation of the Great Grain Wall in combating the certification and preservation of small water bodies.
That's 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Njenje. So,
Sorry,
people.
Aburo, what did we just listen to, please?
Okay, Mr. Smokey, this was a statement released by the Miyetti Allah in response to the anti-grazing law that the southern governors are trying to enact.
All
Did you hear me
thank
clearly,
you.
sir? Okay,
Yeah,
so people, that's it. You have it. That was a statement that was released by Miyetti Allah. We still have 10 more minutes of that, then we'll go back to it. So the next man on my queue will be Mr. H. That would be Mr. Ademola. Thank you. Mr. Ademola, please.
No, excuse me, Aburo. On the queue, if you're going by PTR, after Otega is me.
Please, sir. Please check PTR. Mr. Ademola, please can you mute your mic?
When is Chukwuemeka coming up? You called my name.
Oh, God. People, please, if you PTR, it means pull to refresh. If you pull to refresh on your screen, you would see where you are on the queue. And as for you, Mr. President, you are after Mr. Ademola. If you PTR, sir, please. Can you PTR, sir? If you PTR after Ortega is Mr. Ademola. Mr. President, have you done that, sir?
I don't know how these things work. I don't know how I moved because I know I was ahead of Mr. Demola. I don't know how I was moved right after Otega. But whatever it is.
It's your network, sir. It's your network that might be acting funny. But if you pull to refresh, just for avoidance of doubt, sir. Mr. Ortega, are you here, sir? Mr. Ortega?
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
Please, can you look at your screen and tell me who is after you on the PTR list, sir?
Okay. It's Ademola.
Okay. Thank you. So, Mr. Ademola, please go ahead, sir. Mr. Damlola, I'll come back to you. I believe you are here now after Mr. President. Thank you. Mr. Ademola, please go ahead, sir. Mr. Ademola, yes, we can hear you. It's better now.
Okay, sorry, I was not
Mr. Ademola, the feedback is a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe you can come back when it's better, sir. Please. Thank you. Also, Mr. President, please go ahead.
First of all, I want to say this, okay? I don't know what that guy was reading. Did he say, he said something like they call it anti-Grecian law and then they call it antichrist. I want to be clear, is that what he's saying there in that phrase?
He said he's calling it antichrist. That's for him.
I'm sorry to say this. That's the most dumbest and the most stupid thing anybody could say, because I'm a Christian. You will never say that of Muhammad. You will never say that of any Muslim figure of any sort, and you will not have a fight back. It is stupid and ridiculous and top of the shelf ludicrous. I don't know what kind of English I'm going to use. That guy deserves to be stoned. He deserves to be crucified upside down for using the name of Christ Jesus in a vain manner. That is stupid. And I'm very, very angry that nobody from that press conference, no Christian from that press conference spoke up to him and told him and tell him to his face that he's sounding blasphemous and he ought to be stoned or crucified upside down. And that's my stand. In as much as a Muslim will not dare use Muhammad's name as you like. Nobody has the right to use the name of Christ Jesus as they like. Because Jesus did something that no other person would do on this earth. If not so, we'll not be here talking. I take that personally, and I'm very pissed right now because no Christian has spoken to that. I heard that recording the first time. I just want to be sure. That's why I've been on this thing, to listen to the second time that this thing will be played. Why will he use Jesus Christ? And also to some of us that are coming here trying to be politically correct in any type of way, I feel insulted. And please, I think we are also digressing from the topic of the day. We're not here talking about elections with anybody. We're not here talking about political party or election or whatever. We're here to call something a name. The fact remains that some bunch of people from a particular tribe been going around killing people, raping women, doing some despicable things that cannot even be mentioned in this place. And we still have some of the people from that tribe coming here to talk about trying to change the narrative, trying to make themselves look as if they are the victim. But they are not the victim. In this case, they are the ones perpetrating the evil around us. And I don't even care about whether you used to have a Fulani neighbor or used to have a Fulani guard. I have Fulani friends, and I say this to them. I say it to their face. I have a lot of Fulani friends, and I say this to their face. I'm going to repeat it here. In as much as you do not come out to publicly speak against the evil and the terrible things your tribesmen are doing, then you are part of the evil too. I don't care whether you are carrying cattle or whether you are carrying kunu on your head, a calabash of kunu or milk on your head, or you are carrying AK-47. As long as you don't come out to speak against the evil your people are doing, then you're part of the evil. And nobody should come here and talk about, because I've been in forums where they talk about Igbos being drug pushers. That's a bloody lie. Because if you really look at it, it's not just the Igbos that are carrying drugs or peddling drugs. If you're talking about drug usage and drug sales, trust me, it's happening in the north. Anybody that's lived in the north will tell you that the highest level of substance abuse happens in the north. And the highest level of selling happens in the north. So what are you saying? Nobody should also come here and talk about ritualists, because we live in Africa. We do a lot of rituals as traditionalists, and doesn't have to do with even human sacrifice most of the time. So it's an insult for anybody to come here and talk about ritualists or talk about people pushing drugs. The issue here remains that there is evil happening in the land. And this bloodshed is perpetrated by a bunch of folks. You go land to land and start to destroy people's properties. Go land to land and try to grab lands. And then somebody is coming here to say we have 13 million Fulanis. That's a bloody lie. That's a bloody lie. I've been to the north. We don't even have population in the north. No, you talk of say you have 13 million people or 30 million people. I don't think the Fulanis collectively, the original Fulanis that are Nigerian Fulanis, I don't think they're up to 5 million. Although the record says 5 million. But I don't even think they're up to 5 million. The other folks are guys that have been brought into this country, which the government of the day has said, brought in from Mali. We know the problem these people are causing in Mali, causing in Central African Republic, causing in Senegal, causing in Ghana, that even the Ghana president had to come out on national TV and say, if you catch anybody with a cow on the street, seize the cow and apprehend the owner of the cow. These guys are infiltrating our country, which the government of the day has even confirmed that they are not even originally Nigerians. So I put it again, that the original Nigerian Fulani, you will consider like the Fulani Nigerians who have actually been on this land for about 60 years or more, are not even up to 50, are not up to 5 million. If they are, they cannot be more than 5 million. I'm just here to correct a couple of impressions that we have here. And I'm also here to correct some things that we are just letting go. The solution is, number one, the government of the day must fix the problem. And if the government of the day cannot fix the problem, the people that are concerned will fix their problem for themselves. Just like the southern governors have done, just like what they are trying to do now. So whatever Maeti Allah, I believe that guy is even drunk. I'm even pissed with the fact that he used the name of Christ in the rubbish he's reading out. So whatever they are doing now, the southern governors are doing now, we stand by it. Nobody has the right to come and be putting their cow on the street. Some few days ago, a bunch of cows on a highway in Abuja, and they caused an accident. Did you guys not see that video online? They caused an accident, serious accident on Abuja highway. And that's even one that we can record on video. What about the ones that we cannot record on video? And somebody is saying that a Nigerian style of kiniko is still primitive. Who told you that Nigerian style of living or the way we do things is still production is still primitive? It is primitive because you have decided not to accept development. You have decided not to accept development in any way or form. You have decided not to move with the times. Time has changed. You can't say because you are a normal, and then somebody was talking about the gypsy. Are the gypsy people going around killing people? No. The gypsy people are not going around killing people. The gypsy people are a bunch of people who don't want to stay in a place. Fine. But are they going around killing people? No, they are not. Are they going around carrying AK-47 and grabbing lands and cutting open pregnant women and bringing out their babies? Is that even a conversation in the first bloody place? We're talking about a bunch of devils. We're talking about satanic elements, causing not just sorrow, tears, and blood, but causing mayhem and dividing this country. That's the point here. And the only solution is what the southern governors have done by canceling open grazing. And shame on any southern governor who does not even, like the Imo State governor, who does not put his signature to that, who is against it. Shame on him and shame on anybody that is saying something otherwise. The Fulani people, the people going around to kill people are the Fulani extracts. And there's no other name to call it. If it is the OPC people, the OPC is synonymous with the Yoruba nation, or with the, Yoruba nation, let me use that word, because it is the Odua People's Congress. So if the people, like they had issues during the days of Obasanjo, they were considered to be Yoruba people. Then why are we having issues naming Fulani herdsmen or Fulani militias as the murderers and the killers of our time? If the international index has already identified them and put them on number 4 spot on a terrorist watch, then what are we saying? And if you come here and say something otherwise, I will consider you a sympathizer of a murderer. Period. And please take the name of Christ Jesus away from your mouth. Express yourself without being blasphemous. I take it personal. My name is David, Mr. President, and I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wow, your submission was passionate, and I can feel the anger in your tone. I'll just implore you, please, sir, please, just try and calm yourself, calm your nerves. Thank you, sir. So, there is that while you were speaking, there was a special request to respond to you, and I'll just allow the speaker just a minute 30 seconds, by extension 2 minutes. Mr. Eri, are you still here, sir?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please go ahead. I'm timing you just 1 minute 30 seconds.
Sure, I will. I will be fast. David, Mr. President, I love everything you have said. Everything. We need the boldness that you have expressed to be manifest in everybody who has gone.
Okay, sorry. Is it just me?
Yeah, I think we lost him. His network is kind of bad. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'll be counting to 10. If it doesn't get back before the time, we'll move on. 10, 9, 8, 7.
It was set to trigger you.
Mr. Eri, please hold on. We lost you for about 20 seconds. Please, can you retrace, sir?
Okay, I'm sorry. Everything you said, David, was just on point, except that first one, and that was exactly what they want to achieve. They have tried so many times to make it a religious issue, and that was a trap he set. Now we're in a room in which we have approximately 100, 150 or so. Imagine that you scale this up to 100,000, 500,000, and people hear that and they want to just act like that. They will just get an excuse and term it a religious issue because the action will be made physical. So, as angry as I am as well, I beg each and every one of you, take notes. It is not our own to start going into the gutter with them. We would hear what we have said. We'll hold him accountable, him and his tribesmen. We'll hold them accountable and we'll deal with them with the calmness that is required to deal with an idiot who has decided to be a savage. Just calm down.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. It's annoying, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ariel. So, the next speaker on the PTR list is Mr. Ademola. Are you?
It's Mr. Chukwemeka. I'm next to
Mr. Chukwemeka. Please mute. Hold on, sir. Please mute your mic, sir. Thank you. Mr. Ademola, please, are you where you can talk freely now? Okay, no problem. When you're in a better place, just send me a back channel text, then I'll come back to you.
Okay.
That's good. Okay, so Mr. Chukwemeka, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been here for over like 2 hours. Good afternoon, everybody. I actually wanted to contribute based on what Mariamo said, but she's not in the room. I think that a whole lot of us were actually not getting her point. And just to buttress on what Mr. President, I think David has said, I think in as much as you're very passionate about your views, one thing I always know about life is as far as we are here on earth, there's no truth that is absolute. What you think that is your truth in another direction, it is not truth at all. So I think in this kind of forum, it is very, very important for us to listen, go and do our research, digest it, use our own common reasoning to find solutions to the problem of Nigeria. First of all, Mr. President Buhari made mention, he said something, I follow that man very well. And I wonder why most of his speeches, I try to download them. I don't know why you cannot I have an app where I can download stuff, but that app can still not download a lot of speeches that Mr. President have made. I don't know why it's like that. but I'll just drop that. Now, reason why I've been following him is because I have always also followed other Nigerian leaders. I mean, people like Obasanjo. I have followed what do you call it? I followed Ojukwu. I have followed a whole lot of them. I have read their books. I have two of Ojukwu's books here. I have the complete books of Obasanjo. And I don't like talking things based on emotions, how I feel. Now, you made mention of Antichrist, just to come back there. I think you are misjudging what the man said. And let me drive you to a fact, connecting to what I think Mr. H said about we are now in an era where we're doing space travel. Now, there's what is called economy and there's what is called ecology. Now, science and development are not looking at life inwardly. Instead, they are looking at life outwardly. What do I mean by that? They are thinking how many stars do we have, how many moon, how many planets, and we're not looking at our own selves. How does the human body operate? How do we unite as humans? But instead, we're thinking space travel and we're destroying where we live. Now, the reason why they're thinking space travel is because they believe that the earth will crumble. That is, if you don't know this, they believe that in no time there will be a big bang. And right now, the reason why these things are happening is because some natural things, the way we used to live, we actually think that technology means putting away the everyday life to get everything fast. Everything technology has given to us is what we can actually do, but it has just enhanced it. And now, where am I heading to? I'm trying to say that him calling Antichrist is coming from a very deep perspective that maybe if you don't do your research, you will not even know where he's coming from. Now, let me point this thing very clearly. Nigeria on its own is having a problem of leadership. Now, when someone becomes governor, every average Nigerian sees the person as a successful person. They don't see the person as a servant. We don't even see the person as a servant. So if we don't change that ideology, we would fight and fight. Some of us will not even see the great Nigeria we wish to see. Now, why am I saying that? These governors are very, very lazy people. They are very lazy people. They come up. I was very, very close to someone, a friend that his mother was giving, I think, a local government chairman or something. And that experience made me to understand how Nigeria functions. The money they bring allocated to the local government. In fact, in the culture of politics, it does not go to the people. It does not go to developing the local government. They come to her house. They set up a meeting, they share that money every month. Everybody gets and they go and they wait for another month. Now we're talking about local government where you have police stations. We're talking about local government where you have other things. See, I grew up in Jos. I'm an Igbo boy. I speak Hausa very well. I understand. I am a filmmaker. I've traveled to almost all the northern states and every state in Nigeria. I just came back from Port Harcourt last week. So I know what I'm saying. I'm not talking out of. See, the Fulani man is a nomad, a peaceful person that minds his business and minds his spirituality. When we used to farm in Jos, they have what they used to put in the cow doms to place them on what you call it, on farms, so that the cows know their territories. Mind you, cows are very intelligent animals and very, very emotional animals. Now, what happens most times is sometimes people go to build farm in passageways. So the Fulani man might not even know where to pass, and somehow trouble happens. Now, if you have a government, if you have a structure, if your police system is working, if these so-called governors coming from the past, I mean in Jos, you can imagine Joshua Darie is in prison. I mean, a governor that I admired as a child. The monies that are supposed to be allocated to develop this local government, most of them embezzled it. If these things were in place, if the cows eat your this, all you have to go and do is call the policeman. They hold him up. He pays for damages. Tolerance will be there. The law would sort everybody out, and all this ethnicity thing, we will not have problems to be bantering ourselves. If we as Nigerians gather together, and when there's a problem, we name people. People have their different pain. The Igbo man has his own pain. Coming
Mr.
from my head,
Please, can you round off in 30 seconds?
please, when someone is saying something that does not go with
Please
you, what you
get
want,
out of the space.
this guy said,
My friend,
No.
I'm
You
not
will
starting
not
to
be
address the
interjecting.
Antichrist.
No. Hold on. Please, people, you will not interject, Mr. Chukwuemeka. If you do, I will move you down. Mr. Chukwuemeka, I've been giving everyone 5 minutes, and if you check your time is actually at 4 minutes 45 seconds. I have my stopwatch here. I'm even extending it by giving you the grace of 30 seconds, sir.
Okay,
Please, sir.
thank you.
Please
I'm
go ahead.
sorry for making. So, what I'm trying to say now is, like someone said, I think Chimi, he said something. He said, if we can all come together and reason and know that there are people that are behind these things, and know that most of them are doing it for a political reason, most of them are not even doing it for an ethnic reason, but because they understand the power of religion and ethnicity in dividing the people, they use these mediums. We can make a headway. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Sorry about the slow response. Okay, so just to reiterate, this is Knights and Cardinals, and in Knights and Cardinals, opinions are not censored. Your opinions are not censored, and you will not be gagged regardless of your submissions. But what we do is, when you make submissions, your submissions are could be decimated by other people that want to respond to you. But we
Can we
will never
respond?
gag you. Sorry, please, Mr. Hunter, I'm coming. But we will never gag you. And in fairness to you, Mr. Chukwemeka, I would forgive that you didn't know that everybody is being given 5 minutes, so I didn't reduce your time. In fact, I extended it. Thank you for understanding, Mr. Chukwemeka. So we'll just take two responses, then we'll move on from that. So I believe Mr. Hunter was the first person that said he wanted to respond. Then I will take oh, okay. I'll have to instead into three because Mr. Chukwemeka made mention of Mr. Chimi's name. Hold on, please stop flashing people. I'll take Hunter, I will take Smokey, and I'll take Chimi. 2 minutes each, sir. Please, sir, 2 minutes. Mr. Hunter, please go ahead. 2 minutes. I'm timing.
Thank you very much. It's a pity that what's it called, Chukwemeka, go and check your DNA, and doesn't know or didn't understand the parody that doing. I don't understand this guy. For real? What is all this? Like you come here and start telling us about how they're peaceful people. Haven't you seen dead bodies from city to city that's been perpetrated by these people? And you come here and say they're peaceful people, telling us how intelligent the cow is, talking about what is this? I mean, why is it that all of you that come here and speak big English, sometimes in my head not the correct? I don't understand. What did happen here? Yeah, the other one was talking about gypsy, and I don't understand. Seriously, what is going on here? Eh? Can't you guys see that these people are killing people? Fulani herdsmen, they are everywhere. I mean, every city you go to, one person, they have this same group of people in everybody's mouth. Everybody, no matter where you go to, Fulani herdsmen, everywhere. So it's not a conspiracy, it's a truth. And you come here and tell us how intelligent the cow is? Huh? When people are building infrastructures to help themselves, yes, technology is there to help us do things faster. You say you call yourself a filmmaker. What kind of lenses are you using? Are you not buying Are you not trying to buy the most expensive one, the most technological advanced ones to make your movies better? So why do you want us to go back to grazing where they go to people's land and kill people? What is wrong with you people here? Eh? I don't understand.
Mr. Hunter, please round up in 10 seconds, please.
Thank you, Joe. I've rounded.
Not be any people.
Please, can I answer? He directed it to me. Can I answer?
Mr. Chukwemeka, please mute your mic, sir, please. If you listen to me well, I said I was going to take 3 respondents, then you go ahead and respond to them, sir, please. If you interject again, I'll be forced to move you down. When they are done with their responses, then I'll bring you back up. Then you can respond to them. Please, sir. Thank you. Mr. Smokey, please go ahead, sir. 2 minutes.
Hey, I'll be like bicycle. See, to my brother Chukwemeka, yeah, I don't want to be mean, but it sounds like you're either ignorant or you aren't in the know. But whatever the case is, yeah, telling us that they are peaceful people and they just want to do their farming or whatever. is kind of like trying to play on people's intelligence. It's triggering. It has a whole lot of problems that comes with it. Now, let me explain to you why. We all agree that technology is changing our way of life. But the question I have to ask you is it changing our way of life for the bad or for the good? That is the question. The same people you are saying that they should not, that we should tolerate them and we should do all these things, or if it didn't say tolerate, please let me not just misquote him, but who you're trying to tell us we should calm down because it's the big people that, how do I put it, who are involved in these things, who are causing this problem. Now, let me now point your mind back, cast your mind back to who was it said. You go to Senegal, the Fulani nomads have a problem in Senegal. You go to Gambia, they have a problem. You go to Mali, they have a problem. You go to Ghana, they have a problem. But the president came out and cracked down on them in there, which, by the way, they're scared of. They don't go into Ghana anymore. And then you come out and you tell people who are in Nigeria that these people are peaceful. Peaceful to what extent? Before Buhari came into power, didn't we used to have Fulani headsmen? Before Buhari came into power, how many people had been died, or how many people's farms had been destroyed by Fulani headsmen? And what was the repercussion that happened after those things happened? A lot of them were arrested. A lot of them even paid reparations to the farmers. But Buhari came into power, and what did Buhari clearly state? That he was a grand patron of Maiti Allah. And because he is the grand patron of Maiti Allah, it has given Maiti Allah so much balls. Like, these people are people who nobody would even look at. But because they now feel that they have do you know what it is when you have a strong man behind you? Do you know the kind of morale you get? That is what these people have. That is why when they enter into a farm and you tell them, listen, you have destroyed my crops, something that normally they will come out and give you 10,000 and say, okay, we are sorry. They will be apologetic. Why? Because they know that when you call the police on them, they get arrested. But now they have a grand patron. So what do? They know all the police officers, what do you call it, Fulani herdsmen crisis. Nobody's talking to them. And where does that directive come from?
Mr. Smokey, please round up in 10 seconds.
No, I'm rounding up. Thank you very much, Aburo. Where does that directive come from? From the top, from the center. They know nothing is going to happen. So they go in there with impunity and they massacre people. And you come up and you tell us that they are peaceful, loving people. Thank you very much, Joe. Continue to glorify this nonsense that is going on. One day, it will go around. Everybody go collect your own. If it doesn't come to your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, your uncle, it will come. It will hit close to home.
Thank you, Mr. Smokey. So, Mr. Chimi, please go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Wow, this is very, very funny. But, Chukwuemeka, just to say that it wasn't Chimi that said those things, is his alter ego called Ali Samsons. Chimi is actually a proud Biafran, so he will never say such things. But it's because I actually feel like I've mastered the art of how some house Negroes speak. And when I speak like one, they tend to begin to quote me because I always hit the nail on the head when I speak like them, and so it's very believable. But no, I don't believe that. Chimi doesn't believe in that the Fulani herdsmen are that the cows are intelligent and all of that. Personally, to me, when they enter our land, we should forest. That's the Fulani terrorists, so not the ordinary Fulani man. The Fulani terrorists, when they enter our forest, we should eliminate them because they're just the ones killing people. Ordinary Fulani people are very welcome to participate and be a part of the society. Why not? It's their country as well. And just 30 seconds to round up. speaking as my alter ego, Ali Samson, I'll just say to everybody that is condemning what Chukwuemeka has said is that, technology, you guys have lost touch. At the end of the day, God gave us this world for us to live and control everything within it. When he gave us the land, he didn't create any place and say, this is Tiv land, this is Igbo land, this is Ijo land. We all came from somewhere. So if you want to go somewhere and eat grass, what stops you? Because this world was created by God and not by any other person. So the grass belongs to anybody. It's for all of us. It's for us to enjoy the world. So you shouldn't be putting limitations on anybody. And God doesn't understand what Katsina means and Bayelsa means and Benue means. The world is for everybody. Thank you.
Please stop flashing, people. Thank you very much, everyone. So I'll be taking Mr. Chukwuemeka now, and I'll have to be fair to him because a lot of things have been said. So I'll give him 3 minutes. But before that, Mr. Chukwuemeka, Mr. President said you made allusions to some of his submissions, so I'll just give him 1 minute, and I'm sticking to that 1 minute. Then you can go ahead, sir. Mr. President.
Yeah. So with all due respect, Mr. Chukwuemeka, I realize that you work in the same industry that I work in. And I mean, one of the industries I work in, because I'm a media guy, aside also an IT professional. And I realize, I also know that all of us in that industry, funny enough, both industry, we are very smart guys. We read a lot, we research a lot. And so whenever we're saying whatever we're saying, we say it from a place of a lot of knowledge. So you were trying to address the issue of antichrists. I put it to you that you did not address the issue or the reason why the guy will use antichrists. You did not address it. You were going round and round and round. I was waiting for you to make your submission to land. You never landed. So I'm going to just say this in conclusion to whatever I've been saying all the way. There's no reason why anybody would try to play religious tactics or use your religious strategy or tactics in this whole conversation in the first place. Don't even try to think about it. Don't even bring it to the table because it's not going to work. And to some people who have been saying stuff on the YouTube channel that Christians are forgiving people. Jesus said you should forgive your enemy. This is the reason why Christians have been slaughtered all the years or along. And that time has come where we are saying no to it. We're not going to turn the other cheek. We're just going to strike back 10 times harder than you struck us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chukwuemeka. You have 3 minutes. Your time starts now, sir.
Yeah, Mr. President, sorry, I did not answer that Antichrist thing because at some point I felt I didn't have time. I had to just touch up on a lot of things. But I think what you're saying is more important to me because I discovered that in this room, like I said, I've been here for like 2 hours and a lot of people had addressed issues. I don't know why it's hard for some people to absorb it. But I think this one you just mentioned is more important to me. I'll use my 3 minutes to answer it. Now, what I mean by the Antichrist thing is if you understand what people call Babylon, there are a whole lot of narrative about Babylon, meaning artificial. Now, right now, as I'm talking to you, the reason why India is suffering lack of water, do you know why? It's because the so-called people they refer to as Babylon brought fertilizers to them and gave them fertilizers to grow their plants, as in outside the natural course, and took away their woods, telling them that when they put fertilizers on their soil, leaving the trees, the big trees, the trees will absorb all the fertilizers. So the plants that they plant will not grow. Now, these trees are what sustains the soil from what erosion and sustaining the water for a long time, for the cycle of what the rainfall to sustain water for them to have to meet up another rainy season. Now, that is what we're talking about. Anything artificial is referred to as Babylon, and that is what that man is referring to as Antichrist. I will not go further because I cannot explain this to you in 3 minutes. There are a whole lot of things. And when I talk about the Big Bang, I'm talking about in the next 100 years. If you follow, there's someone I will recommend to all of you, Michio Kaku. Follow Michio Kaku in every platform. He's a blueprint physicist. you would learn a whole lot about what is happening on Earth right now and where the world is heading to. There's what is also called water levels coming up. See, for Africans to divide would actually be a good thing for other continents. I mean, Europe and everything. They are praying for us to divide, because when the water levels come up, then it's easy for them to invade us again. And as I'm talking to you now, there's a new modern kind of invasion coming in. We're blind to it because we think it is them accepting our culture and a whole lot of things. A lot of things will creep. It's not even the Fulani man that will invade you again. So I will just stop here for now because I have just 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Even though you still had 40 seconds, but thank you for that. We'll be moving on. Okay, I think I skipped Miriam because she. Okay, no. Oh, she's sorry. My PTR uncle. Sorry, I skipped. I didn't skip. You were not in the room, so you indulge me. I'll take someone on the PTR, then I'll plug you guys in one by one to we are done exhausting the queue. So Mr. Shegun, please go ahead, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. It's nice being here, and it's been a time of serious discussion, so like back and forth, and it's nice altogether. See, I want to go straight to the point, and the point is not far from the governor of Katsina State, Governor Masari, said bandits are Fulani people. We know them. That is the headline of what we are discussing today. And if I want to add to why we are discussing this thing today, it is because it is just a validation which we did not need anyway in the first place. It is just a validation to what we have been saying. Probably in the eyes of law, in the eyes of the law, is not correct. Probably criminally, nobody has, nabbed them and prosecuted any Fulani to be the perpetrator of anything that is happening. But we all know, I don't want to call it an open secret anymore, because it is not a secret anymore. It is open, it is glaring, it is clear. But now let me just go back a little bit to how I think we have a very serious problem that we are finding very, very difficult to solve. And the problem has no two dimensions other than President Buhari. And I want to respectfully say it in this way. Out of presidency, I mean, when President Buhari was not in power, let us check. Let us just do something like a bit of flashback to check what were his antecedents like for national development, for building up of the nation. In most cases, whatever thing you will find the name of Buhari for will be, it is either he's been nominated by Boko Haram to be their spokesperson, or Buhari is saying if any attack on Boko Haram is an attack to the north, or he's quoted saying the what's it called now, Sharia law should be replicated all over the country, and stuff like that, stuff that are centrally conflicting, stuff that are centrally divisible. So you will agree with me that for that reason, it was never, in fact, he instigated the fact that Yaradua winning and stuff like that, which caused a whole lot of chaos, especially in Kaduna. What am I saying? As the former president of this nation, like in the military regime, what did Buhari do? Like between the time he was out of the presidency, when he was out of his military rule and when he became the president, how can we he became the president? What was he supposed to do as the president of the nation? Silence, we know in any discussion, means that I am agreeing to whatever thing you are saying. Especially when you are a leader. So now, by body language and by a clear
decision to turn away from whatever thing these people are doing, which I don't want to mention name right now, whoever that is perpetrating any evil, be it Evans, be it anybody, be it Sunday Igboho, be it Nnamdi Kanu, be it anybody from anywhere, it is just going to be assumed that the nation...
Please round off.
Okay, sir. It is not going to be assumed that the president should frown at them, but we have never seen that coming from the other president. And the problem is that how do we keep equating people who want to be developing, and we are now bringing them back to people who are dragging us back? This thing cannot work. And when you talk about we just need to assume, I'm talking about Chimney and other people now, we just need to live with them, we just need to do this. There's no nation grow without intentional activities to grow. What are different people doing? Buhari, everybody, government, what are we doing? What are we putting in place? What are we doing to solve these matters? Apart from Maesiala coming out to threaten the nation. This is unacceptable. We cannot grow like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shegun, for your submission. Please, for the new speakers that are just coming on stage, there's something I need to quickly address. So, the statement that speakers keep alluding to was not made by Mr. Chimi. It was made by his alter ego, Aliu Samson. Please, sir, he just wanted me to clarify that. So, we'll be moving on to Mr. Des. Mr. Des, please go ahead, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hopefully, I'm gonna be very brief. I thought that one of the major reasons why a lot of people, especially the most intelligent ones and the intellectuals, are moving away from Twitter to Clubhouse is because on Twitter Spaces, it has been all about rhetorics, talking and talking and talking and talking. So, and people believed that, okay, over there at the Clubhouse, it is all about actions. But unfortunately, it's all the same. Okay, but then, before I continue, I want to say this. Wherever you are, whether you are from the north, you are from the south, you are from the west, from the east, any part of Nigeria, wherever you come from, and you say, oh, you open your mouth as a human being and say that these Fulani people, these Fulani herdsmen that are killing people, murdering people, sending people to IDPs, raping people are, peaceful. My prayer to you is that that same peace they bring upon Nigerians, let that same peace come upon your family, your own family.
Amen.
That is just
Amen.
So that is, by the way. Coming to the topic of the day, which is the revalidation of what has been going on or what people have been saying about these terrorists called bandits by the government. And of course, each and every one of us know the reason why they are being called bandits instead of terrorists, even though the international community in the terrorist index, they are the fourth most dangerous terrorist organization in the world. But Buhari government or Buhari regime said that they should not be called terrorists because it will bring about international attention upon Nigeria. And of course, that is the reason why the Ministry of Information under Laya Mohammed is busy trying to get freedom of speech in Nigeria. And now people are even like discussing this topic, as in making this topic, the comment of the Katsina governor as a topic. This shouldn't even be a topic. Of course, every one of us know that. Can you ask yourself this question? Is there really any Fulani in Nigeria or any part of the world that is peaceful. I don't want to be politically correct. I don't bloody care. Is there really any Fulanis, whether as a herdsman or not a herdsman, that is actually peaceful? I want you to ask this question. Ask yourself this question deep down in your life. Is there really any Fulani person, man or woman, that is peaceful in nature? Is there? Ask yourself this question. I will leave you to that. You don't have to come to Twitter Spaces or Clubhouse to tell anybody that yes, they are peaceful or not, they are not peaceful. But ask yourself, are they peaceful? That is by the way. So, like I said, I'm going to make it very brief. I want to tell you people something. Let me just say this. It's not just to, let me rephrase. Let me remind us something, because what I'm going to say is something that each and every one of us have already known. It's either you've read it somewhere, or you've heard it somewhere, or you've listened to somebody saying it or something. You must have known it anyway. But let me remind you this. Why are we talking?
Please round up, sir. 30 seconds.
When are we going to start doing something? Why do we have to continue talking? That is that question. Finally, Nigeria is not going to work because the problem of Nigeria is not leadership. The problem of Nigeria is the constitution. If you like, bring Donald Trump to be the president of Nigeria, the same thing will continue to happen. The earlier you understand this, know this, the better for us. Work for your region. If you are from Yoruba Southwest, work for your independence. If from the Southeast or South, work for your independence. Nigeria is not for you, and it will never work for you. The police cannot protect you. The army cannot protect you. None of them can protect you, because everything has been made not to work for you.
Thank you. I will have to stop you now. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so I want to refresh the room. Guys, this is Knights and Cardinals. Welcome to Knights and Cardinals. And today's topic is Katsina Governor, in the person of Mr. Masari, confirms that bandits are Fulanis. There was also a clip that we played earlier of the Mieti Allah releasing a statement about the anti-grazing law of that the southern governors are trying to enact. So I'll play the clip again. It's a 5-minute clip. Then I'll go to Mr. Teye. After Mr. Teye, I'll come up and take Mr. Iko Femo and Emmanuel. Then I'll go down again to Mr. Bana and Mr. B. Please, Mr. Omojeje, please.
In combating the certification and preservation of small water bodies. A review of the Land Use Act is long overdue to accommodate the interests of all land resource users, particularly pastoralists who are in need of land to their business. Ranching, as envisaged by many, requires massive capital investment and is difficult to sustain, not economical, and is not smallholder centered. So government should lead in the way of creation of ranches, because a poor stakeholder cannot have the money to buy land to create ranches. We are calling on the proper funding of the National Commission for Nomadic Education and of expansion with mandates to educate pastoralists to imbibe modern ways of livestock production. The National Assembly should come to the rescue of the pastoralists by resuscitating and passing the Grazing Reserve Commission Bill and other livestock management bills that were initiated by previous National Assemblies and still lying fallow. There is need to introduce livestock tracking using GPS technology and support community-based conflict mechanism. In a similar vein, our organization totally condemned the continuous extortion of Fulani pastoralists and profiling of Fulanis by the governor of Benue State, Samuel Otom, and call on him to offer an unreserved apology to the Fulani race for the tissues of lies, propaganda, falsehood against the Fulani ethnic group, particularly our organization, the Mieti Allah Kautal Hori. Our organization applauds the renewed efforts of security agencies in the massive onslaught against criminals, cattle rustlers, kidnappers, bandits, particularly the near decimation of Boko Haram terrorists in the northeast, arrest of the notorious Biafran terrorist Nnamdi Kanu, and the smoking of the murderous Yoruba bandit gangsters when they go that's languishing in Benenua prison. Our organization totally condemned the vituperations of one emir of Muri in Taraba State for genocidal propaganda against the Fulani pastoralists and have since taken the necessary legal steps against the misguided local monarch and have written to the Taraba State governor to immediately dethrone the deranged monarch. Finally, we commend the courageous efforts of the federal government under the progressive leadership of President Muhammadu Buhari for listening to our consistent calls to restore existing grazing reserves and routes, create new ones, as it is the only sustainable solution to the farmer-herder conflict in this country. What is the arable land we have in Nigeria? Well, over 38.7 million hectares. How much is being cultivated? Less than 40% of that land is under cultivation. That is one. Secondly, we have marginal lands that are not cultivatable. The hilly areas, lands that are not meant for agriculture, nobody is cultivating. The whole thing, the policy is not designed to bring peace and progress. You must accommodate the pastoralists. You must first agree that they are Nigerians, that this challenge of land resource use have to be addressed. Once we address it, look at our nature of agricultural practice. It's still rudimentary, extensive cultivation of land. So the land is enough. What we don't have is the will and the will to accommodate these pastoralists. Just because they don't have title on the land, that doesn't remove them from being Nigerians. Their need for the land has always been opportunistic. Now that agreed population have increased, what strategies are there in place? Technology is there to address the issues. But you cannot say we should just go and create ranches in the air. We love to have ranches, we love to have our children, our people settled in one place to develop. But when you give a zero option, you either ranch or you live to where? What I expected from these governors to consider these herders as their citizens. Designate places for them, which we have it all over the country. They are not after taking anybody's land. All over the West African sub-region, herders have not grabbed land anywhere. Even when they had opportunity to grab land, they have never grabbed land because their need for land is opportunistic. So now we are facing a challenge in this country where we have conflict between farmers and herders. And it's basically land resource conflict on land and water. What do you need? Is a proper land management that we need in place. That is all. Create the ranches. Give us, we are ready to rent the ranches. We can't say either we ranch or we go. Who will even give you the land? Go and look at the Land Use Act. For you to access 5 hectares of land, a governor have to approve it for you. You have already mobilized the population, the local citizens, against the herders as the people perpetrating conflict. Who will now offer them land if they want to buy? So you must see this thing in a wider perspective. But the truth is that the herders will not go anywhere. They are Nigerians. So if you destroy their means of livelihood, you'll be faced with other challenges of crisis, bandits, and what have you.
Yeah, that's 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Njenje. So we'll be moving on to Mr. Teye. Is the next speaker. Mr. Teye, please go ahead, sir.
This is crazy. You know, there's a saying that says if you cannot catch a thief will catch you. This is the situation where we are in right now. We all understand what's happening, and that's one good thing. Although our perspectives are divergent, but then we have an understanding of what's happening. And just like what we have been saying, we didn't really need the governor of Katsina, Governor Masari, to tell us that it's the Fulani terrorists that are actually doing what they're doing. We have most children even understand what is happening and who are the perpetrators of what's happening. I personally feel that we need to have long-term and short-term plans on how to address what we're going through as a people in Nigeria. And I feel that personally, the first thing I would do if, in this situation is the responsibility to protect myself and to protect my family and protect any other human being. As a Christian, I believe that, God has first given us the responsibility of providing for our family, but then also to protect our family. If you find yourself in a situation where you know that this person coming to your house is coming to kill you, to rape your wife, your sisters, your mother, or whoever in front of you, I would say my first responsibility is to protect my family, to protect myself. If I see that I cannot do that, then I'll think of running. So I feel that the since the police, the soldiers, and the security apparatus in Nigeria has failed its citizens, every citizen has an innate responsibility of protecting themselves first of all. I feel that if we begin to defend ourselves in a way that these terrorists understand that we are no more sleeping, they would be careful and think twice about coming to attack. But in a situation where they have a field day coming to attack communities, attack individuals, and go freely, and even when they get caught, they still go free, then there's a problem there. We need to find ways of defending ourselves in a way that the one person that will escape amongst them will go and tell the story of how we defended ourselves and deal with this problem. The next thing I think we need to do is how can we create systems? Just like Shegun said, this man Buhari, if you look at his past, you would see that he really didn't have any solid economic plan or progressive plan for the country. He has always just been very fanatical about establishing Sharia everywhere in the country and all of that. I did a little research in Nigeria some years back, and a survivor of one of the attacks told me that she saw one of the Fulani people that lived in the community very close to them amongst the people that came to attack them. And that was just after the 2015 election. And she was bold enough to say, "We gave you the land that you live in. Are you now coming to kill us?" And this man told her, he said, "The president is now our president. You would either become Muslims or we kill all of you." You know, that might sound like just a statement by somebody who will probably say is just a riffraff. But then the attitude and the behavior of the president, these kind of statements that Mieti Allah are passing in this whatever conference, whatever statement they are making, tells you that our government is actually emboldening them by either keeping quiet or supporting them outrightly. So I feel that the next step when we defend ourselves, we need to find ways of creating systems of accountability. The political leaders in Nigeria, there's something wrong. You know, it's like the people, we've not figured out how to make them understand that the power resides in the people and not them. So how can we create systems that make them understand that, hey, you serve us, you are there because of us? You know, how can we, because the representatives that we have that are in Abuja, why are they not speaking for us? Why are they not deciding
Mr.
to say,
please, you have 30 seconds.
okay, why are they not deciding to say, hey, we're no more going to have any seating until something is done about the safety and the security of our people? Why? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thayer. Mr. Ikofemo, please go ahead, sir. Ikofemo? Okay, Mr. Emmanuel, are you here? Mr. Emmanuel? Okay, so I'll take Uncle. Uncle, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to tell the audience here that whatever you are doing and you are not bracing up for impact when these terrorists finally decide to invade in full force, then I'm sorry for you. You may be looking at Zamfara, Southern Kaduna, and all these places as if they are very far away. They are not as far as you imagine. If you want to absorb the narratives of people who go about speaking about how nations go through this same process, before they eventually metamorphose into a proper nation, then be ready to have your blood and the blood of your people as the sacrifice for that nation that would eventually still become a Fulani nation. The nation would or may emerge, but it will be built on the graves of your kinsmen. Your women will be turned to sex slaves. Your daughters is a reality. It's already happening. And for those ones that want to tell us how peaceful the Fulani are, or how intelligent and emotional their cows are, I would say they are just ignorant. And I may not blame them for it, because it is the understanding of what confronts them that they lack. They make plans for 5 years, 10 years, 2 years in some cases, but they don't know that the people they are dealing with have plans of 200 years ahead, 100 years ahead, even 500 years ahead. So they don't mind being peaceful or portraying themselves to be peaceful for your entire lifetime, so that their children can take over and hit you hard when the opportunity presents itself. Because of your 5 or 10 years experience with the Fulani, because they woke you up from church when you were sleeping, it means that the Fulani have become a peaceful people, the peaceful people that are disturbing the entire West Africa. I'm really sorry for you. And I'm very thankful that the channel's TV presenter was able to to squeeze out that confession from the governor of Katsina State. Although we didn't need it, but it was good for those that were for those that claim that we are hating. That's why we use the word Fulani. At least now that their own leader have said it, we will have some kind of respite, and we can breathe again. And I'll tell them that I'll continue to emphasize and I would continue to reiterate that it is the Fulani, exclusively, not even majority, exclusively, because if the Roman Empire invades other countries, and maybe they have one or two Greek soldiers within their ranks, it doesn't mean that it doesn't by any way dilute the fact that it is an invasion carried out by the Roman Empire. So all that noise of is not only Fulani, is to me is noise, garbage. And one thing they must know is that we're not saying it's Fulani terrorists, not only because it is actually Fulani is carrying out these attacks, but because there is an ethnic undertone. In fact, ethnic intentions behind these attacks. They go out and attack non-Fulani communities. They cleanse and reposition themselves, change the demograph, and pillage non-Fulani communities. And they are doing it across West Africa, across the Sahel. You want to compare it to the crimes that Igbo commit. An Igbo man that is into drugs will sell drugs to anybody, whether you are Fulani, you are Igbo, you are Yoruba, he doesn't care. An Igbo man that is into Yahoo or 419, he will dupe anybody, including his fellow Igbo, he doesn't care. But the Fulani goes about pillaging and sacking communities of other ethnicities. And if they don't sack your community, it only means that you have negotiated with them, agreed to subscribe to their version of Sharia, agreed to pay them tax, and you become something like their protectorate, something like what the British colonies did with people that surrendered to them. And that is what is going on. So I'll advise all of you that you're in as much as you're doing other things, like if you want to insist that you must go vote, do elections, do all those inconsequential things, you must brace up to defend your lands, because you see the language that these guys are using to communicate. You can see their body language. You can feel the hate. The Fulanese, here like to say they are being hated, but you can hear the tone of the Mieti Allah people. You can see that they hate you so deeply, as if there was something you did to them. If they had the chance, they wipe you off, they annihilate you, they obliterate your race and indoctrinate whatever is left of you. So you better be careful. You better embrace people that have come out to defend you. You don't have to condemn them because of one mistake or the other that they may have committed or may not have committed, simply because of they
Uncle,
have been.
please
Yeah,
try to
I'll
round up
round
in
off in
30
30 seconds. Yeah, because the southern governors have decided to prefer solutions to what is bedeviling the entire country. They have taken it to the war. They are determined. So if you continue fooling around, listening and embracing rubbish narratives about how nice the Fulani was to somebody, maybe for just 2 years or 3 years, because of that, you won't understand the situation. Your name is sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uncle. So I'll be moving on to Hunter. Hunter, please go ahead. Oh, sorry, Hunter. Okay, Mr. Yomi has gone. Hunter, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm
Hunter,
here. I'm here. Sorry,
please go ahead.
I was trying to gather my thoughts actually before now. Okay. Anyway, wow, the second part of this was quite revealing. You know. Yeah, Mr. Intelligent Cow. I hope you heard him talk about using technology to track cows. I didn't call anybody's name, so I don't want anybody to reply back to me. Please. You saw how this guy, I'm going to only talk about the Mieti Allah people. We already know what the governor of Katsina said. This one, he has actually said we should arm ourselves before people should have. So we already know his story. So first of all, he made it. There was this book he quoted, or this person he quoted when he said, "When plundering, blah 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 blah." I'm not going to quote that book because we have it in Igbo language. So I'm going to say it in Igbo language. And in Igbo language, it says, "Arubafo oburu menani." It means when evil is perpetuated for a long time, it becomes culture. That was what he was trying to imply. So, in other words, he's actually telling us what they are doing, as in like it's very ironic because what he tried, the quote he was trying to use on us is what they are actually doing, because for a long time they have been doing this, killing people and getting away with it. So now it's like it's law for them that in their head they can get what they want, right? Look at how he was happy. Look at how he glorified the kidnap of Nnamdi Kanu, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Look at how he insulted and happy about how Sunday Igboho is in the Beninois prison. Look at how he even talked. And up till date, I didn't really put it together. The emir or this whatever, this guy from that talked about this emir that talked about killing of his people, and he has given them 30 days, whatever, right? From Taraba. See how he insulted that emir. These people are so bold. They don't care about our life. Uncle has actually said it all. Please be ready for impact, because that is where this thing is going to. There's no negotiation here. All we need to do is get up and get ready. I will use this medium. I know I don't have not a lot of things to say. I'll use this medium to give a shout out, because I know we are on air, to the strong men of ESN protecting the eastern corridors. I salute you guys immensely. I salute you guys immensely. So, back to what I'm saying. I'm trying to look for somebody here that said something earlier so I can attack him too, because it's time to start facing these people back to back. My brothers, my sisters, I'm not here for long English. Tell people to get ready and to fight these people back, because all they have for us is to kill us. Look at him talking about creating new routes. It's not even satisfied with the old one. He's creating new routes. 40% of this land. Hey, there's no single plot of land in Nigeria that does not belong to a family. You cannot just come in there and take it. And did you hear how he said we have to first accept that they are Nigerians? That means he knows something that they are not Nigerians. We should be reading under what he's saying here, people. He said we have to first accept that they are Nigerians. I mean, if they are Nigerians, then they should have a place of their own. Why must they cross into mine for them to feed their cows? That they are, and then he now said they demand to have a settlement or whatever in at least one senatorial zone of every state. Do you know what that means? I assume that there are 3 senatorial zones from every state, right? So he said at least they want to have one place there. That means at most they'll have 3 spots in all 3 senatorial zones. And in another 20 years, these people will be running for senatorial seats in Imo State, in Anambra State, in Abia State. People, anyway, it's not going to happen, not when we're alive. Please get up and fight, please. He is begging and begging, please. I'm not here to speak plain English, please. Support people that are ready to, people on the ground, please. This is terrible what these people are doing. They are killing people, they are raping women. We know all they have been doing. Fulani headsmen, not bandits. Fulani terrorists. Call them by their name. They're terrorists. I rest the mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. We'll move on down to Dr. Musti. Dr. Musti, please go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, but you could do better by I don't know, maybe you should increase the volume of your audio device.
Am I audible now?
Yes, it's better, sir.
All right. So thank you for giving me opportunity to speak regarding this topic. Katsina Governor Masari confirms that bandits are Fulanis. So personally, my submission regarding this is that I do agree that, like, okay, the bandits in Nigeria, they are predominantly Fulanis. I agree with this. I have never argued this, right? So even they are masters when sometimes they make a video, you see them that some of them are Fulani, you understand, but some of the bandits are not Fulani, you understand. But then I know that even from my own analysis, like majority of them are Fulani. Then regarding them, but then you should understand one thing from his submission. He didn't say that Fulanis are bandits. He said bandits. You understand? Most of them are Fulani. So it is very important to note, because that's where we have issues with a lot of people when they give submission. Then now regarding the Fulani headsmen, headsmen. Now you see, the issue of this herdsman crisis, we all know that there is problem, right? The killings, and me personally, the killings is what I believe is the problem. But then when I hear people saying, why is it that they don't do it in the north? I completely understand. They don't even understand why the whole movement is understand. Maybe people, they are just speaking from ignorance when they say, why is it that they don't do it in the north? Why is it that they don't do it? Why are they moving from this to this? You understand? So this is another something very different. And then you see these people, right? The issue is that I have always condemned the act of these Fulani herdsmen that are killing people or raping people or kidnapping people. I have always condemned it. In fact, when the southern governors held that meeting that they want to ban open grazing, in the first place, I didn't see anything wrong with their action. Under the fact, if the government cannot find a solution to the problem, then that killing is better than any. That killing is the problem. So if the killing cannot be stopped, then the ban and the open grazing should be banned. Right? It's better than any culture or whatever. But the only problem I have with them when they say that okay, there will be ranching, and they say no, still you cannot do this ranching here. You know, so that is another problem. It depends on them if they want to give their land. Personally, that's not my problem. But them speaking about these people, I want people to understand that when they come here and say, okay, oh, then they don't speak of the Fulanis, they don't speak of this is complete lie. This is the one of the major reasons why you don't even see them speaking because of this belief that okay, they are supporting these people. How, where, and why? You see, even here on this clubhouse, I have a proof. Someone made mention that there is no any single Fulani in Nigeria that is peaceful. There is no any single Fulani in Nigeria that is peaceful just because of some Fulani herdsmen. Even among the Fulani herdsmen, there is Fulani intelligence squad. Ask people what they call it, people's Odudu's People's Congress. There was a time they held a meeting together with the leader of Fulani intelligence squad in Osun State. Right, his name is Muhammad Adam, and he promised them that they will try to fish out all the criminals among them. You understand? So even among the nomadic Fulani, not to mention the Fulani that live in the cities, some of them are condemning this act of their people. You understand? And if you listen to this guy, he kept on mentioning about the pastoralism, Fulani pastoralism. So clearly he wasn't even talking about the Fulani as a whole. His case is not about the certain people that anybody who is trying to say that he's trying to go against their pastoralism. You understand? Anybody that's going to go against their pastoralism, they will never stand together with him. That's what they are saying. Unless, of course, if the government is willing and is ready to provide a solution. This is why I always tell people the only people that can provide solution is this southern governors, Miyetti Allah, and then federal government. These are the three bodies, not you and me. We can never solve this problem. And then again, when some people come here and say, okay, they should move, why is it that it's a way of we have moved to the modern world? See, in life, people are different, right? When these people, that pastoralism is what they take as their own thing, is what they take as their own personal way of life. When they were asked, if you read the Fulani of Northern Nigeria by S.T. Corres, they were asked why is it that they prefer to be doing this pastoralism, they don't want to move in the cities. They said that will tend to make them abandon their cattle. You understand? So that's what they want. That's why they are against anybody that's trying to go against open grazing, because they believe that the millions of them or thousands of them there, what are they going to do? You understand? So this is how they view it. So that's why I said the only people that can provide solution is the government. And then when people come and say Sharia law, blah, you see, that's why I tell you people don't speak up, because you always you always attribute it to agenda, where in actual sense this thing is just about them Fulani, nomadic Fulani, and even the nomadic Fulani, these particular people, and the whole Nigeria, because they are killing people in Adamawa State, they are killing people in Yobe State, they are killing people in Katsina State, they are killing people in a lot of places in the north. So so if it is a Fulanization agenda or Islamization agenda, why are they killing these people? There are a lot of fundamental questions that people need to be put in their analysis when they talk. You understand? And let me tell you something. Nomadic Fulani, historically, they thought if there is intermarriage between Hausa and Fulani people, you understand? Because also, though there is some people that are trying to separate Hausa from Fulani, this can never work because they are already on intermarriage. You can never separate Hausa from Fulani. But then the point I want to make is that among the Fulani herdsmen themselves, they don't do intermarriage between them and the Fulani in the cities. They don't share even their cows, right? They don't believe to share their cows with that of the cities because they believe that the ones in the cities they will make their own to be diseased. You understand? So their beliefs and most of their practice custom is completely different from people outside. So that's why a lot of things when people they don't understand these people, they always come. Their major concern is their cattle. That's their primary concern. They don't care about. They don't preach Islam when you say Sharia, Sharia. They don't care about anything Sharia. Let me tell you, most of them are pagans. You understand? They have never preached any word of Islam to anybody. They are not there to take your land or to Islamize you or all these are narratives that make people to deviate from the main problem. Because I'm telling you this, if people they don't like focus on the problem, what's the problem? The problem is this Fulani herdsmen that are causing this killing, and then some people that are stealing their cattle. The reason why I didn't want to mention this rustling of cattle, I know it's one of the factors, but the predominant factors, I believe that those Fulani people are more problematic than the rustling of cattle. I agree with this, but I cannot also rule out the fact that their cattle are being rustled, because if you ask them now, they will tell you that they have been ignored. You understand, their houses and everything they have pushed out and all. That's what they will tell. They will feel if you listen to a nomadic Fulani, you will sound as someone who has been victimized, marginalized, and all. You see, so I just want people to understand the problem and always focus about the problem. And the reason why you don't see Northerners speaking is not that the absence of evidence is not an evidence of absence. If you say you don't see them here speaking just because you see a lot of that is not it. They always condemn these people, right? What they call him Gandu, I have his video where he was like criticizing this open grazing. If government cannot provide a solution, he is a full animal. This Masari is a full animal. Emir of Gondu, Elias Bashar, he has called them out. He's a full animal. Sultan of Sokoto is a full animal. So a lot of people, there is no even single person that is supporting this killing. You understand? And even this, no matter what they are telling is, if these 1,000 people say that they must ban open grazing, and they must ban it, then there will be problem. So this problem that they are taking, that's why I say it is only the government. Only the government can provide a solution.
Dr. Musti,
Can stop them.
please 30
Thank you.
seconds.
All right, so I learned my play. Thank you.
Okay, so doctor, thank you very much for your submission. In fact, I've been getting a lot of back channel text that people want to ask you questions and they want to respond to you. So, but doctor, so your submission was very interesting in the fact that you said the governors want to ban open grazing without providing any solution. Did I hear you right, sir?
Yes. Go ahead. It is what you say next that is matters, not the yeah.
No. Was that what you said? No, I wanted to be sure of what you said. I didn't want to quote you wrongly.
Yeah, I said they just want to ban open grazing without like providing anything. You understand? Without putting anything into context. That's it. So that's why I say I want to hear your question first before.
Oh, okay, sir. So, if you listen along with us when we played the clip of the Mieti Allah, what he alluded to was that they are banning open grazing, and they are saying it's either they do ranching or they leave. So, to me, that says that the governors actually proposed to them for the option of ranching. Now, I find that part of the submission confusing when you say they didn't provide any solution to that they just want to ban open grazing. So, if you be kind to clear that up, sir, thank you.
Thank you very much, Aburo. But I heard that, though I don't have confirmation, I don't know the authenticity of it. That I heard that people saying the governors said they will not release their land for the ranching. So this is what I heard. If you have information about it, then
No, sir. No, I don't think no governor has ever said that. And if they had done that, I'm sure the Mieti Allah will have said that in their statement because The statement was made yesterday. Let me just let's just play the statement again so that people will have an understanding of where we are coming from. Omojeje, please go ahead.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to put it again. You understand? What these people are telling you is that okay, who is going to give them their land to do the ranching?
Omojeje, please mute your mic. Mute your mic. Let doctor finish, please. Or doctor, please.
You see, people, the southern governors, what I heard is people are saying they said anybody who wants to practice livestock, anything or whatever, he must buy land. You understand? He must buy it. And if you listen to these people, that's what they are saying. So even if they are renting, they say that they must buy it. You understand?
Yes, because it's a private business, sir. If you want to do a business, you have, even though you can. Okay, now it's a different question. Hold on, sir.
I just want you to
Dr.
understand the
Musti, hold
problem.
on.
You understand? I'm not trying to
I
support.
do.
I'm just trying to make you understand the problem. Their problem is that you cannot tell them that they must buy the land before they practice their pastoralism or anything. You understand? This is what they are complaining about. You cannot say that it is if the government can provide a land for them to create a ranching system, then it is better for them. They made mention that. He said then they have no problem. They even prefer to be developed. But who is going to provide the land for the ranching? This is their complaint. This is their stand.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, now, sir, Dr. Musi, this is what I'm saying. Since it's a private business, and we all know, like, the government can actually subsidize certain part of it, but you asking outrightly for the whole system to be carried by the government, I think is very, very unfair. In fact, I think the government of each state has been fair enough to say that if you want ranching, you can come and buy the lands. But they saying that the government has to provide the land for them, I think is very, very selfish. That's what I'm speaking to. The governors never said they will not be allowed ranching space. What they said was okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, sorry. I need something. I need. Oh, okay. Sorry. So people, I would like to state this. Let me refresh the room, then I'll make the announcement. So welcome to Nights and Mr. Smokey, please. Hold on, please indulge me. Welcome to Nights and Cardinals. The topic of the day is Katsina Governor Masari confirms that bandits are Fulanis. Most of them are Fulani. So today we have played the clip of Mieti Allah where they made a press statement about the anti-grazing law. We played the first 10 minutes. We'll be playing the next the last 4 minutes later. So Dr. Musti was the one that just made the submission. And so the rules of Knights and Cardinals states that moderators are not allowed opinions or they are not allowed opinions. If they want to share their opinion on a topic, they have to be stripped of that mod badge just to make sure the room is neutral. And if you all notice, Mr. Olabode has done that. He has now come to the stage as a speaker. And then let me also add that in the case whereby you see moderators sharing their opinion, it's that they are guest speakers. So guest speakers will always carry the moderator badge. So Dr. Musti, Mr. Smokey said he has a question for you. After that question, they'll move ahead to Olabode.
I have a question too.
Sorry. Okay, Mr. Side. Okay, no problem. So Mr. Smokey, please ask your question, please.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Musti, you're a northerner, so you know more about the north than I do. Yeah? So I have a question for you. And my question is based on what you said. Now, this is what you said, that these Fulani headsmen are killing people in the north. Agreed. And they are killing people from Adamawa down to Kano, Katsina and all that stuff. Yeah? And it's Fulani people. Now, my question is this. Because when I learned history in school, or I learned about Nigeria in school, I know that in the north, you don't just have Hausa and Fulani. The same way, it's not only Igbos in the southeast. There are some people who are minority of minority amongst us, the Igbos ourselves, and we know that. So now, when you say these Fulani headsmen are killing people in the north, my question to you is this. The people who they are killing in the north, are they the same Fulani people who are Fulani? Are they the same Fulani like themselves, who maybe live in the city, maybe went to school, different kinds of Fulani, not the pastoral ones now, the people who are dying in the north, yeah, who are being perpetrated by these Fulani headsmen, are they same Fulani? Or are they the different minorities that live amongst the Fulani people there? Because I know that what is going on in Southern Kaduna now, you might call them, you might say, oh, whatever. But those people, I might be wrong. That's why I'm asking this question. Those people in Southern Kaduna, I get than them in the sense of religion or tribe or culture. So my question is this: those Fulani people who you say are killing people in the north too, which people are they killing? Are they killing their fellow Fulani brothers? Or are they killing the minorities that live in the north amongst them? Thank you.
Am I going to answer you, or I should wait for other people to respond? Then
Let me ask my
No,
question.
let Mr. Saj ask his question, then you respond together.
Please, I have question.
Mr. Saj.
Okay, so my question to you, Doctor, I'm going to reiterate what Abu asked, and please, your reply will tell me what you people actually think, because I know that you're in the Arewa Youth Forum, so I think you should think properly, critically before you answer my question, and I'll repeat what Abu asked you. Now, the governors have said there is no land, there is no free land for grazing, but that the herders should rent or buy land. Now, I want to ask you, this is a private business. Is it right for the herders to buy land, or should they be given land for their ranching by the government? Please think well before you answer this question.
Okay, so Dr. Musti, before you go ahead, I have one last one from someone in the audience. I'll just read it out, then you go ahead. I'll give you 3 minutes to answer to that. So it's from who is that? Ecofemo, please hold on, sir. Please. Okay, just go ahead, Ecofemo.
Okay, my question is this, please. When we are talking in terms of landmass in Nigeria, Northerners, they have the largest landmass. In fact, times 3 of what the Southern have. Now, my question is this: is there any personal, is there any economic interest, or let me put this question straight? Is the land in the South more enticed, or the grass in the South, are they or these people are not restricting themselves to where they can even have
Mr. Ecofemo, I believe your question has been asked. Please, I'll add you back to the queue so that I can make your submission.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
So, Dr. Musti, I'll read this last one, then you can just take your time to respond to all of them. So, this person is from Think Tank, is in the audience, or he does want to come up. So, buying land, please, at any point, we cannot hear me now. Dr. Musti, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so buying land means that it's being leased for maximum of 99 years, and the land can be revoked by any governor and returned back to the state should they become a threat to public safety. But when they are given land by state governments, amounts to an unbridled sense of entitlement by the Fulani herdsmen, and it will lead to claims of indigenship and more conflict by these Fulanis in the future when they are supposed to be settlers. There is no free land anywhere. Um, that was the submission. Please go ahead, Dr. Musti. 3 minutes, and then we'll move on.
Um, all right, thank you. Smokey asked me that when I made mention that this Fulani herdsmen they also kill people in the north. So he asked me why is it that who are they killing in the north? Is it that their own people or some ethnic minorities? So that's what I was telling you that these people they kill even their own people. They don't discriminate when it comes to this killing, right? Because the reason why I even mentioned the Adamawa and Katsina, this is why the Fulani are predominantly in the north. Because if you go down to the in the KB, wherever there is this practice of this farming, you understand that's where you see all this crisis. That is just it. So there is a factor there. Wherever you see, they don't care. I was telling you, they don't do it. Okay, this is my own Fulani. They kill everybody, everyone. You understand? So I'm not going to lie for you. This is what I know. So it is not about ethnic thing. It is all about their practice. That's why even when he was talking, he kept on saying pastoralism, Fulani pastoralist. That is them. You understand? Then I think side asked me about the land. Do I think that the land they have right? Is it the government responsibility to give them the land, or they should just buy it? So you see, this land use act, I don't have much knowledge about it because I have heard some people saying this Fulani herdsmen they have every right to practice their own people, and they were to practice their own way of life anywhere they want in Nigeria. And I have some people saying they don't have this right. So, and then, so personally, I don't have an answer for this question because I don't know much about it. Equal Femo asked me about why is it that even regardless of the fact that the north has a bigger land than the south, about these people are still making. That's why I said some people that are saying this, they speak. I'm sorry to say, but let me just even not say it, right? Because you don't know. They don't move to the south just because they want to move to the south. They move to the south for the seeking of this pasture, water, and all. But that they do it during dry season. If we look at it during wet season, they move down to the north when the prevalence of trypanosomiasis is high down south. So it's all about they do what favors them. If this seasonally, when there is greener pasture, they move around. That's how it is globally. Generally, wherever you see people practicing open grazing or pastoral mobility, this is the main reason why they move. Then the last person in the audience that okay, he just maybe he enlightened me that nobody has the right to do that. Okay, thank you for that.
Sorry, Dr. Musti, are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay,
The
thank
last
you. So
person, he
now,
didn't ask me any question. He just tried. He just like enlightened me that these people they don't have right to go there. To you understand? So I listen.
yeah, okay, no problem. So, Mr. Henry, would you indulge me to take Olabode or you want to go?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll go after Olabode. Thank you.
Okay, so the queue is
Oh,
this. I'll have Olabode, Mr. Henry, David, Mr. Obuneme, Sarge, Ambi, and MK. That's the queue. So, Mr. Olabode, please go.
Well, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak, and thank you for the beautiful engagement. I'll just go straight to the topic. This is one. You see, you a lot of things have been said for months and months on ending, and and at some point we started. Well, the narrative was we were hateful, we were bigots, um, we are tribalists, and whatnot. What was the problem? What was the exact problem? The problem was that we were saying the same thing the governor of Katsina has said. The only reason why the governor didn't say what he was saying earlier is because it hasn't touched them. Now is the chicken is coming to roost. Everyone is now screaming the same thing they called us: divisive, wicked, devilish. What names didn't they call us? I mean, one said I put on that she bets I put on radio. I listen to some hate radio and all that. You see, when you are dishonest, right? The the truth will come and meet up with you one day. It will take a while, but it will come, and that's what we're experiencing today. I don't even want to go into the details of, oh, is it Fulanis they're killing or not? But this is what I'll say. Okay, granted they're killing Fulani people. Let me concede to you. But shouldn't that make you shouldn't that have made you incensed from the get-go? As a matter of fact, we shouldn't be the ones screaming as hard as we are. It should be you. Because you guys witnessed all of this, right? You saw us talk about it down south. And every blessed day the goalpost keeps shifting. First it is, don't call them Fulani headsmen. No, don't call them headsmen. Call them criminals. Because you cannot, because not all of the headsmen are criminals. Next it was, don't call them Fulani headsmen, because you can label an ethnic group. Next it was, don't call them terrorists, because they don't have a political agenda. Now, I'll call names. I was in a, the good thing is I don't forget our conversations. I was in an engagement with Aisha Sellers, and she made this case to the point where about 5 of them, including Aisha, tried to define terrorism. We went to the point where we were checking for the definition of terrorism in the dictionary. This is how bad it was. And this is what you guys got us to. Right? Now, a couple of you, a few of you are breaking ranks and saying terrorists, they're terrorists. Some of you are still playing on the fence. And this is why people lose their patience with you. Because you colorate issues. As a matter of fact, in that room that I mentioned now, I remember them saying, oh, even if it's payouts these guys want, they should listen to them, they should pay them out, they should give them what they want. And when we came hard on that point, they were like, no, I want the killing to stop. So anything the government wants to do to stop it, I welcome it. These are the tactics. We follow the trajectory. We've seen the way you guys have deflected, turned around like eels, like snails, like snakes, danced around issues. Oh, it is from this spot to this spot. No, this spot, because this spot is better. But what does it boil down to? We shouldn't have been chasing semantics. Now you say, oh, you're putting a target on our back. And I treated that issue today. But I'll go back to it. And someone asked, well, can you differentiate between me and these guys in the bush? I said, no, of course I can't. And he said, you see, that's what I'm talking about. But I said, wait. Yes, I can't differentiate between you, but I will not go attacking you if I see you that you look like a Fulani. But what I would do is turn off my um, flight or fight mode, right? Fight or flight mode, sorry. Flight or fight mode, right? Switch it on. Be guarded around you. Watch your every move. Any reckless move, I take action accordingly, assessing my situation. Now, it says, oh, but that's you. Your level of discernment can be can be higher, but don't think everybody thinks like that, like you, like the way you think. Well, that's true, but then let's use history as our guide. I said, if history is our guide, then when in history have you seen the southwest, south south, southeast, and major part of the south of the middle belt? And the middle belt is a peculiar case, so I don't want us to muddle it up. Where have you seen in many other regions people being attacked for their tribes? Hardly, except for the middle belt, where it is that these people have been attacked incessantly and they move with some sort of revenge. Now, of course, we can't condone any sort of inhumanity to man. But you can understand when a man is being killed, he gets pushed to the wall and he takes actions, right? You can't condone it, but you kind of see where those um, crisis, where those type of actions come from. But where in that country have we seen time and time again people attack others by the way from their by the way they look, right? Associating them with their ethnicity. We've seen it in Kano, we've seen it in Sokoto, we've seen it in Kebbi, we've seen it in Adamawa, we've seen it in Kaduna so many times. We've seen it in Medugu. So what I said is, you guys are actually trying to prevent an occurrence, judging by your own actions, fearing that people will do to you what you've done to them. Not because these people have an history of doing that to you, because they don't, but because you do it to people. So you think people are cut from your clothes and you are guarding against that particular action. You are scared of your own shadow, and that's why you want to kill this thing. But it's a danger to people who are victims, because this is not like a one-off, and this is not something that happens in just one area. It happens in different regions, right? Constantly, repeatedly. So when you try to water it down, like many of you are advising that we do, what you do is put many people in harm's way. For instance, oh, criminals attacked farmers. What does that mean? Criminals attack farmers. But so if you use that headline 200 times, well, it still doesn't make any difference. It's like anything. A criminal could come to your house and burgle your house. It's equivalent to that. But when it's a pattern of Fulani herdsmen attacking farmers, then you can say, hold on, this is a peculiar problem. And for a peculiar problem, what do you need? A peculiar situation and solution, not a generic one, you know. So we better start calling things what they are. We better start labeling these people in the right form. It is not generalization. I also did the breakdown today. When you say, hey, it is Fulani herdsmen is generalization. Well, let me ask: are 20% of the Fulani tribes herdsmen? It's impossible. It's impossible. You probably have 5 to 10% as herdsmen. That's a minute fraction of your tribe. That's not your whole tribe, right? So if those are the people perpetrating this evil, then add another maybe 5 to 10% again for the bandits, making 20%. I don't see why the remaining 80% should be uncomfortable when they are calling the few 20% what they are. So if you can, Dr. Muste, come on. Dr. Muste, come on. Come on. Stop flashing like that now. Feedback. Always giving me more.
Sorry, Dr. Musi, please, you'll be given a chance to respond. Please don't flash your mic or try to interject. Thank you. Alabadi,
Okay.
please go ahead.
So we must call them what they are. Because El Rufai has told us what they are. Bala Muhammad has told us what they are. Now, Masari, who's that? Okay. Now Masari has told us what they are. Nobody should be apologetic for calling them what they are. We have the Fulani terrorists, aka bandits, and we have the Fulani militia / herdsmen. We must call it out the way it is, with no apologies. And that is no generalization. If people want that tag to be dropped, then they have to work from within to drop it. And we'll follow their lead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Labode. Thank you for that. So, Dr. Dr. Musti, please, moderators, please stop mudding Olabode. He wants to contribute to the topic. That's why. Okay, so, Dr. Musti, please, you indulge me because I have two questions for you. Then I think Eri and Mr. Obunome wants to make submissions regarding what you have said earlier, so that we will not make this a back and forth thing. Then you can respond to them all once and for all. Would that be okay with you, sir?
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so I have this question from Uncle. He said, "Please help me ask him if it was green pastures that." Okay, sorry. Please help me ask Nigerian Defense Academy. That was his question. Then, Mr. Eri, please go ahead for a minute. I'll be timing you.
Am I being given a minute? I haven't made any submission. I responded to somebody earlier
No,
on.
I
Yeah,
just
that's
want
what I'm
to.
saying.
No,
Yes,
to
Dr.
please
Muslim.
let me just answer the questions, then respond to Olagbode and move.
Oh, okay, no problem. Go ahead.
All right. The last question regarding the were they looking for rainy pasture when they attacked this? You see, you don't have any proof that the Fulani people attacked Nigerian Defense Academy. You understand? So this is the you understand. Even if they are done, you don't have any proof. You understand? So we are talking about proof here, or to make sense, or to say something that is logical. You just said that okay, it was the Fulani people that attacked NB. So this is not even question. And Olabode, regarding generalization, I think nobody has problem when you say Fulani herdsmen because the herdsmen are Fulani. You understand? Yeah, I have never objected or say anything when people say Fulani herdsmen because if they are Fulani herdsmen, they are Fulani. You understand? And the bandits here, I say that predominantly of them they are Fulani. You understand? When we say generalization, for example, you made mention that why is it that people they don't speak up? Will you speak up? Speak up. This speaking up that you think the Southerners are doing, especially if you take Kulofas as a case study, like you don't speak about the full enhancement that we also against. You understand? You label it as the whole people. In fact, a lot of rooms, Olabudo, this is I'm speaking based on experience, right? There was a time when someone would just come on stage or in the audience. You see them flying terrorists. You see them. So this is what we are talking about. If you from now till daybreak, if your case is with the Fulani herdsmen that are killing people or bandits, really, I will never ever have problem with you. In fact, the way some northerners are attacking these people, most of you have never heard any one of you saying it. So the generalization is the ethnic profiling I'm talking about, not attacking the problem. If you attack the problem, you are very right. You understand? So most of the people from the south that are speaking about the Fulani herdsmen, they don't speak about the problem. They speak about the whole Fulani as a whole. This is the problem. Even in this group, someone said, he wants to see any Fulani in the whole Nigeria that is peaceful. He said there is no any single Fulani in Nigeria that is peaceful. So if I can come here just to resist it, some people, they just assume that all these people, they don't have sense. Let me just go. They are not worthy of even engaging. So this is what we are talking about. It's not about the Fulani. Let me tell you something. When they kill some of their own people, the Muslims, a lot of people, how do you expect them to support them or to defend them? No, it can't be possible. This is all about understanding. And that's why I say the only person, the solution to this problem is government. Me and you or anybody here cannot solve the issue of land enhancement. Even though I heard someone made a suggestion to just take guns and go and fight them. So that's your submission. I have no any problem with that. You understand?
I will just add a little more to your time. You have 1 minute to round up, Dr. Musti. Please go ahead.
No, so as I was saying, the only people that can provide solution to this problem, federal government, southern governors, then the whole body of, because there are two groups, Miyetti Allah and Fulani Intelligence Squad, that is Fulani Development Association of Nigeria. Their leader, I think, is Muhammad Adamu. I told you there was a time they held a meeting with the Osun Oduduwa People's Congress in Osun State with this Fulani Intelligence Squad. Fulani Development Association of Nigeria. So these people, then Bet Allah is a general body, then the southern governors and the federal government. Me personally, I think that these are the people that can provide solution to this problem. Not you, not I. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to Dr. Musti. So we'll be moving on the queue. Mr. H, I'll come back to you for your submission. We don't want to take any response because I don't want this to be centered around Dr. Musti. But while you are making your submission, if you want to respond to some of the things he has said, it's fine. So the next one, Mr. Labode, sorry, what do you have to say?
So I wasn't actually responding to him. Honestly, I don't know why he needed to respond to me. That's one. Two, Mietiala, as far as I'm concerned, is a terrorist group, and negotiating with a terrorist group would be a sacrilege. Um, no southwestern governor should do that. No southern governor should do that. No middle beltern governor should do that. They should be treated as a terrorist group and they should be proscribed already. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Mr. Z, we are going by the PTR order, please. When it gets your turn, I'll give you the time. So, Mr. Avery, please go ahead. Mr. H, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you.
No, I just wanted to ask a question, please. I don't
No,
think I
please.
heard what he said well. Is this southern governors or northern governors?
He said Southern governors
Southern
and Middle Belt.
governors.
Southern governors.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so Mr. Avery, please
Yes,
go
there
ahead.
is. Please let me clear it, right? Because he said, "Oh my goodness." The reason why
Dr. Musti, Mr. Avery,
Mostly
please
you
hold on,
can
hold on,
answer.
hold on, hold on.
no, the reason why I said Southern government is because they are the one that held the meeting to ban the open grazing. So I was on point, bro. Thank.
Okay, Mr. Avery, go ahead. You have your 4 minutes to make your submission. Let's move.
Thank you. Thank you. Good day to the house and to the moderators. I have engaged Musty before. I don't know. Based upon his delivery, the way he delivers his own submissions, there are two things. It's an either-or situation. Are we dealing with somebody who is competent to speak for his group, or we are dealing with somebody who is intentionally sounding obtuse so they can have plausible deniability? It depends on how we see it. You see, this sense of entitlement is arcane that you can even see it there as if it's a normal thing. You have to give the lamb. Who is going to give the lamb? That. Keep on harping on government being the one to solve the problem. And you brought the disgusting notion that they will sit down with terrorists who have had the audacity granted them by the impunity and their relationship to the powers that be, to sit as if they have the right to stay in decent and civilized communities. It's absurd. And that we even allow him to bring up that issue on and on and on again is annoying that we on stage don't push back. With all due respect to the moderators, we need to push back on stupidity. We need to. Don't allow that nonsense. We were talking and talking and talking. Now, as Bode said, they are breaking ranks. First, it was the what would I call him? That fellow, for want of a better word, in Katsina, with his statement now, and a few of them who grudgingly admit that this whole thing is a Fulani thing. We were all called bigots. You all were witness. In the past 3 to 4 months, we were all called all sorts of names by people I consider to be intentional savages. We allow the nonsense to go on. Now they have broken ground, they have extended themselves, and they are admitting to some plausibility, to some of the fact that it could have been some of them. Meanwhile, land has been acquired. The space they needed to be able to move fast has been given to them. Now you cannot discuss or negotiate from a position of strength. You are actually in a position where you have to beg, and they are still bringing people like Mieti to the table. Oh boy, I don't know. I like the comment that was made by the guy who sent a question to the moderator on the issue about the land. You are given the land by the government, that's virtually de facto. But if you buy it, you cannot hold that in perpetuity. They are fond of using structures and processes in place to assume legality and push you back. Open your eyes and do the same thing to them. I've always told guys, you need to stand up to bullies and tell them to go to hell. If you do not, you will forever be lost. There's nothing to say anymore. We all know our stand. Someone came and exhorted everybody to defend your own lands. That is the solution. We are occupying space. We are allowing them to occupy the audio space. Listen and let it go out through the next year. Paramount issue is defend your land and not expose yourself to inanities that come from people who have refused to do what is right and progress. That's all. Nothing more to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Obunyam. Sorry, Mr. Irby. So the next person on the queue is Mr. David. Mr. David, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. But to crown it all up, anytime I'm
Like he hits the nail on the head. He's always on point. He's always saying everything I wanted to say. But just to add up to what he said, we can't we can't just keep being politically correct when we get to talk about this. I've been here for a while and I had some people come up stage and trying to hold briefing for terrorists. I call them terrorists. And then a governor comes out to say these people are people we know. They are people like me. And then some people still have the guts to come up and still hold briefing for these terrorists. And the worst part is some of them are actually from the south. It's disheartening. Honestly, it's really, really irritating. Some people will come and say, I stay in the UK, I've been to Jos, I've been to all parts of northern Nigeria, you come and give us all those useless nonsense CV and you still speak rubbish. There was something I said one time. I read the and he's an Iraqi man that wrote it. If you ask, this is not an attack on Muslims. Don't get me wrong, please. But let's relate it to this Fulani headsman issue. You want cows to roam on the streets, and you don't want us to talk. But you come up and tell us you live in the UK. There's this law in this. Have you seen cows on the streets of UK? Have you seen cows on the streets of US? Somebody will come and talk about technology. The technology you want us to read books, and you are still coming to hold briefing for terrorists. It's a shame, especially if you come from the south and you still hold briefing for these people. DSS invaded Igboho overnight and arrested innocent Nigerians. This same administration declared IPOB a terrorist group, but there are bandits. People, they call them bandits, but I call them terrorists. They attacked Kaduna NDA, and these people are known as business oriented. And somebody like Shegumu will still come out and say these people will not go till they are granted amnesty. And then you come and you still want us to understand the problem. What is the problem? It's because people like you are still holding briefing for terrorists. These administration tribal lines are just too obvious. It makes no sense whatsoever. But like Eri said, we know all these things. I'm even tired of talking and talking and talking and talking. I think when it's time for us to wake up, we will wake up to the reality. But if you keep them quiet or holding brief because you stay in the UK or you are traveling abroad, you travel this one, you travel that one, it will catch up with you. Me, I grew up in Jos. I stayed in Maiduguri for 6 years. I experienced Boko Haram like mad. I've lost people. I've lost friends. So you don't come and hold briefing because you want to be politically correct. God will punish you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David. So ordinarily we should have Mr. Obuname, but Mr. Obuname said he will be going after Mr. MK. So Mr. Ambi, you came in the middle of the conversation, but I will try and add you back to the queue after Mr. Obuname. Then we'll have Mr. Wasiu. Then that'll be all. So Mr. MK, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. It is usually said that nothing can work against the truth, but for the truth. It's an axiom that is very well seated in nature and nature's laws. And so when nature finds people who stand with it in truth, every other thing will eventually gravitate to endorse the truth. Whether you do it in anger, in subterfuge, or in honesty. It is therefore not strange to me, as a person who have studied how nature works, to see the progressive gravitation of those who send the vibration of violence and complicit with violence, getting the full dose of what they had a priori supported. It's a way we learn, and perhaps some people will learn it in a very hard way. I will continue to say that those of us who have given voice to truth and are standing firm should continue to do so. As we do so and we raise voices and put boots on the ground to defend our own people, and we must defend them by every means necessary. We may wish to sympathize with the Mohammeds, and the only reason why the doctor who have just spoken, the only reason why we will is to open a hands of fellowship to him to discover himself and to then organize and raise a voice amongst his people, not voices that we don't hear. Yesterday, we observed somebody come to tell us they are killing our people. They are killing us. I said, they are killing your people, and you're still thinking what we are saying is odd. We have value for life. If you cannot shout that some people are killing your people, and for me, more than shout, even impeach, organize to impeach that president, who you now say is the president that ought to be doing the thing and has this thing, and he cannot take his stand about a country where he governs, then you continue to suffer. Because if we go to the National Assembly now and say, look, this president has failed in his primary duty to secure the country, you will also support him. That's the support we are talking about. It is at all levels. It is at religious level. It's at political level. It's at economic level. It's everywhere. You're supporting. You guys are supporting lies. You're hiding things that you ought to come out. If I have a child and a child is misbehaving, I will be the first person to take him to the police for discipline. I will never support him. So if you have renegades in your midst, and then you want to play tribal, you want to play ethnic, you want to justify, you want to look for a way to save them, and the realities hit you home, Masari is just a joke. Zamfara is just a joke. More are coming, and we will chase them out of the South. We will chase them out of the South. That is very obvious. We are not going to wait for government to dilly-dally and do all that they are doing. I think that people are beginning to organize on ground, and you will see it happen, because nobody will live his life for that. It is important that this message go, that this is the way we feel about the way you are going about the thing. If we find people like you, come out, because there are people who are dying. Yes, a few days ago, you saw what happened in Delta State. They caught all the cows. They were shooting guns. One of the youths were injured. It was shown everywhere. They caught all the cows, arrested them, and put them in jail, and the boys ran. That's what you will continue to see, because people are organizing. You're even happy that these other people were very civil. They did not slaughter the cows. We would chase them out everywhere. They will leave. You saw what happened in Benue State. It will grow. They will find arms. If somehow they will find the arms. If government does not provide it, they will find it. It will happen. It is a matter of time. People will survive this nonsense. So, in my view, and to justify Mayatiala, who even say to come and be part of a problem, they tell us clearly God has given them the Nigerian land mass. What's Bauchi State Governor Bala Muhammad saying everybody sees him? He says to all the whole world, these are Fulani people. They are like me. They like everywhere. Any Fulani anywhere in the world is a Nigerian. And you come here to tell me that there is rectitude in the behavior. I think these are the issues that we are raising, Doctor. Your heart needs to be stronger than coming to tell us when we are defending ourselves, because you choose to allow yourself to be killed. If your younger brother and you fight and he wants to kill you, you will give him your neck to cut because he's your younger brother. Where does that happen? One person will kill one person and one person will survive. I think that's the point I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. MK. We have Mr. Obuneme. Mr. Obuneme.
Can I say
Oh,
one thing?
sorry. Yeah, doctor sent me a back channel text that his battery is 3%. Please just go ahead, doctor. Then we'll take Mr.
Yes, so MK, you see, I didn't mention anywhere that you should not protect yourself or anything. You understand? So don't misquote me. I didn't tell you that okay, you don't have right to complain and all about these things. What I was saying is that you tend to misunderstand the problem, and when we come here and speak, you think that we are defending. This is the problem because we are not defending. What did I say that is that defensive? I didn't say anything that was defensive. But the problem immediately after a northerner spoke, also has spoken, you see people trying to say that don't come here and say what did I say? That's what you should quote it and then address it. So it's not just about saying we are complaining about government, you don't complain about it. Who tell you that we don't complain about it? Where did I say that? So address the point that I make if I made mention of anything that is trying to defend them. That's the case. It is not just about making a point that I come here to. No, that is not it. I made my point clear. And I'm very sure that some people have understood it. Thank you.
Can I say something, please? Quick one. Abu, sorry, Abdulwasiu. So I think people we need to take this into cognizance. You see, there is what you intended to say, and there's what you actually said. So I think from the repetitive, um, I'm trying not to. Well, I want to use the word dissonance, but it's like cognitive absence. That would be it. You know, towards the submissions by others. It's sort of it's sort of clear that you may very well mean to say something, but it's coming out as something else. That's where communication skills and like people pay for to learn how to say things adequately. So it's not even a dig, you know. But the thing is, 200 people cannot be hearing you wrong at the same time, or it is less likely. And it can't be every time, every other room you go to, they hear you wrong. Then you might need to improve your communication skills. You know, find out why, what, and listen to them. Don't always be on the defensive. Listen to find out what is problematic about your delivery. Maybe what you have in your mind is different. Now, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt here. Normally, I won't do that.
No, there is nothing wrong in what is in my mind, and I always
Hold
say
on,
what I
hold
wanted to
on,
say.
hold on, Musti. Hold on, Musti. You see, that's the problem. I said maybe what is in your mind is different. Now you said, oh, there's nothing wrong with what is in my mind. Well, I never said something was wrong with what I never said something was wrong with what was in your mind. I'm saying maybe what you have in your mind is different from what is being delivered to the
No, it's
ears
not
of
different.
others.
It's not different. It's not different.
Then if it's the
How they
same,
perceive it,
hold on,
how they
hold on,
perceive it is the
hold
different
on.
is the problem.
Okay. Now, then if it's the same, if it's the same way I hear it, other people hear it, then what is in your mind is problematic.
How
I
is
give you
it
the hold on.
problematic? I want you to say what I said. That's my question. What did I say that is problematic? This is my case, not just what I say.
The last person that spoke and I mentioned
MK.
Mieti. Oh, hold on now. MK actually said Mietiala as a problem. And I remember I said Mietiala should not be negotiated with. You offering Mietiala, you offering that Mietiala should be on the table is problematic. Let me make that clear.
Yes, okay, it's problematic to you, but me, I
No,
find
it
it
is
not
problematic.
problematic.
It is problematic for so many reasons. because Mieti Allah have made so many incendiary comments that those guys should be on the way to Guantanamo Bay. They're not even fit in Kuje prison. These are hardcore Al Qaeda type terrorists.
Okay, Olabode, let me ask you one question. Let me ask you one question. Are you here? What do you suggest to be the solution to this problem? This is my first question. If you have a solution, tell us. Thank
The solution to the Mieti Allah, the problem of the cat land, it's
you.
simple.
Yes.
It's simple. Let everybody ranch. I mean, I came into the room when I came back into the room when Aburo was talking about it being a private business and why they want state governors to be involved and why they want why they don't want why they're hesitant to ban open grazing. Scrap that nonsense called open grazing. Anything found on the street, anything found in the roaming around aimlessly, kill it, make it suya. It's that simple. It's not even tough at all. There's no rocket science to this thing. This is not one of those problems where you have to sit on the table, design, different structures and all that. No. It's that simple. Ranch. Anybody, any private owner that cannot do heading, that cannot ranch, should go to Bayelsa and go and fish farm. No, don't go to Bayelsa. You might want to take the waters too. But go somewhere else and go and fish farm. Leave Lake Chad. Go to Lake Chad and go and fish farm. That means Kathleen is not cattle heading is not for you. Rearing is not for you. If you cannot, collaborate amongst yourself, create ranches, and let people come to those ranches, buy it. If they want to transport those cows, let them pay for transportation.
Yes.
Not this one stupid open grazing. Why are cows even on this? Like it's even ridiculous. Then people say, oh, the Mietala yesterday was it's our pastoralism is your culture. Why is your culture destructive to other people? Why is your culture a source of death? Why is the culture a source of losses of life and properties? What's the problem? Change your culture. People should not change for your culture. Culture is a way of life people have agreed to live by. Now, if you guys say you've agreed to live by Nigeria as is, understanding that Nigeria is a conglomerate of ethnic nationalities, then you must set aside the part of your culture that is detrimental to other ethnic groups. Why must it be you that has a problem with the Biro man, the Tiv man, the Idoma man, the Ondo Ekiti, Ijob Uroboma? Do you understand? Your culture is just going everywhere, killing people, and you are saying it's your culture. What stupid culture is that? What God-forsaken culture is that one? Ranch! Go and create ranches. If you cannot create ranches, go and ride Okada. Cattle is not for you. Thank you.
Thank you. But
Can I talk?
they said
Can I ask a question?
Sorry, please hold on. Hold on. God. Okay, so I'm trying very hard so that this will not be centered around Dr. Musti, but it seems some things are just inevitable. So there I have some questions. Sorry, hold on. No. Abdul Wasi is not the next speaker. Abdul Wasi, you are not the next speaker. Please hold on. Please, thank
I
you.
am supposed to be the next.
So I have a question for those. Mr. Obuneme is the next speaker. But before Mr. Obuneme makes his submission, I have a quick question. I'll throw it to Doctor. Then Mr. Obuneme will make his submission. Then Doctor can then rebuild those submissions or try to say something about them. So this is from Mr. B. Mr. Ambi said he sent me a question earlier. So okay, he said, please ask, do the Fulanis pay any form of tax? In this case, is referring to the Fulani herdsmen. Do the Fulanis pay any form of tax? Listen, the Fulanis meaning Fulani herdsmen. If no, why do they feel entitled to free land, especially since it's used for private business? Okay, so that's about that. Then Mr. Obuneme, please make your sorry, Queen Sheba. Okay, now okay, so Queen Sheba has sent in a question. Let me just ask you, Dr. Moses, right? You answer those two questions before Mr. Obuneme goes. Okay, so she said, I've been listening on YouTube. Ask if is it true that if they speak they can be killed, and that's why they are not calling their people out. So what I think what she's referring to is like you are Dr. Musi, if you speak out against this certain elements, you can be targeted by these people. So that's a line of questioning. So please go ahead, Dr. Musi. I'm adding you to this. Dr.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Am
can
I
hear you.
audible? All right, thank you. So regarding the first question that asks, are they paying any tax owed? So I heard that they are paying tax. I don't know about it. You understand? I don't know about the taxing. Then the other question, I don't consider the question logical, but then I know it derives from people, Fulanophobia propagandists. If people are being killed if they speak truth, why is it that the Sultan of the Emir of Gondu, Ilyas Bashar, that has called them out, and the Sultan of Sokoto has called them out. Ganduje has spoken about it, and a lot of people in the north. Do you understand? Why is it that nobody kills them? So you understand, people have problem in their brain. If you ask me, thank you.
What I mean is, it's ordinary people, not the leaders. So
Okay.
what I heard from somebody mostly was that
So yeah. I understand your point. Okay, now
Yeah.
you are talking about the common
Yeah.
masses.
Yeah,
So it is.
if you speak, are you going to be? Is it something that people are afraid to speak because they might be killed from the ordinary? Basically, ordinary masses, if they speak. Is it true that they can
It
be
is not
killed?
true. It is not true. They cannot be killed. It is a lie. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
See, are you there?
Is it my turn
Okay.
now?
Hold on.
Sorry.
Bro.
Now, sorry. Hold on, Mr. Obinome. Yes.
Okay.
I'm here, Olabode. What did
Okay,
you say?
I get. Just yeah. Just it's fine. Go on. Obunemi,
No, I'm back now. I'm back now.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
No, I'm back now. It's fine. Yeah. So, Mr. The new key is Mr. Obuneme, Mr. Ambi. No. Mr. Obuneme, Mr. Ambi, Abdul Wasiu, Mr. H, and the Don. Then we'll take a new queue. Sorry, Sarge. It's supposed to be. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, now the new queue now is this: Mr. Obuneme, Mr. Ambi, Mr. Sarge, Abdul Wasiu, and Mr. H. Please, so Mr. Obuneme, please take the floor. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so very much. Africa, the black man. I once said here when the debate was a little different that for me, when I look at the conversation going on across Africa, particularly in Nigeria, I see a business question. The business has the sense of that at the sum of all that we all do is to create and distribute value. That's my conclusion on life. We have social value,
and we have commercial value. And the way people go about creating that value and distributing same is what differentiates them from A and B or B. When the people have lived on a culture that is situate on excellence, that pursues excellence in everything they do, you will see it manifest in the things that they do. But when a culture of exploitation, if you unpack the word exploit, you find oppression. And at the tail end, you will find corruption. Dr. Masu, what you're hearing here is that the people say no to a system that will birth corruption, that sustain corruption. Because if you corrupt, if you exploit, ultimately you kill merit in that community. Nobody would enjoy the privilege of working on any field and knowing that people will celebrate his contribution to society. When I talk with my great friends in Nigeria, professionals, their greatest concern is that of all of their greatest contribution, that the world would not know that they lived. Because the system that drives Nigeria would not recognize their contribution. Why? Because Nigeria is sitting on exploitation. And that primary exploitation is for the oil of the Niger Delta. That system of exploiting them, that not just exploiting them, that system of exploitation, whether it's Niger Delta now, yesterday, now is land. Who does a business that do not sit down to count the cost? To say that I took a business, I took 1% of something and I grew it. I worked hard at it. I did the necessary and see what I have achieved. You deny that to your people. You are well educated. You are living in a community that demands a certain level of excellence from their people. In fact, if they did not have that system, you would not have a PhD program to attend to. That's all that we are asking for in Nigeria. It's not the land that is the issue. Our issue that is we want to entrench, we want to install, we want to build on system of excellence, of merit. Work hard. My friend died the other day. The mother, my friend's father just died. Friends, we are, of course, if he visited me when my father died with a cow, my Igbo culture says I must return and to visit him with a cow. That is our Igbo culture. Because the Igbo culture tells me I don't take advantage of my friend. Okay, let me just, by way of education for younger people here, the Igbo culture is that if you're visiting your friend with a cow, when you're leaving, he gives you a goat to go home with. Whether it's for burial that you came for, or just normal visit, or for wedding, whatever it is, whatever what you came with, you go home with something. You're not sent home with nothing, because they believe that when something gets home, it tells the story of where it's coming from. Now, if they are doing something, I will return the favor in kind. So now that their father and mother died, if they came for me when my father died with a cow, I have a budget of a cow for them. No matter what is happening in my life, right? I must present a cow. Now, it is a system of excellence that we are actually about. Now, I said that story to say that one cow is 250, if not 350 sometimes, or 300. It's not more, it's not less than 100,000. It's not less than 150,000 a cow.
and we have people that have several hundreds of them. In another room, Fulani will tell us they are very wealthy because one cow is XYZ amount. How then do you want to run a business? No wonder our president is from one room to one room begging for money. When there are resources that can give us money in Nigeria, we are borrowing when we're so rich. So what we're discussing, Dr. Musi, and you know this to be true. You know it in your heart. That's as a learned man. You have now bold ideas to introduce as a new culture if your people don't have it to your people. The argument you're making is not for this room. You're speaking amongst your kind. We understand your argument. In fact, we would, whatever you drink and eat, we will banter with you on it and have a good time. Your social engineering work is not for this room. Your social architectural work is not for this room. It is for your people. Take a platform and teach them that it is time that the African builds civilization. It's time for the African to build something that others would want to come and copy. The argument that the Romans had on the British is what the British had on Africa. They eat human flesh. I'm wrapping up. They eat human flesh. They live on mud houses. They live in mud houses. They were peasant farmers. That's what the Romans wrote about the British, and that's what the British wrote about the Africans, right? But look at the British. They've thrown away the legacy, the toga of being colonized by the Romans, and they colonized the world. So what you were thrown at, what you were given, what was the story thrown at you at whatever year, it should not be your story today. The world right now knows the Fulani with all kinds of things. And I don't think that should be the story that should be known about the Fulani man. It should be a different story. So I come to you. I see a sense of social architectural work birthing in you, some form of social engineering work. There's a cry for your people to throw away the idea of to exploit, right? Seeking to exploit.
Dr. Musti is no longer here.
Oh,
I just want to call the attention, please.
Okay, he's no longer here. Every time I make this kind of argument, they leave the room.
Sorry, Mr.
They're always wrong.
Bruno, man. Mr. Bruno, man. Sorry, God. While I was taking my cue, I forgot a lot of people. Not that I
Okay.
forgot. So, Mr. Obiname, please round up in 30 seconds.
I'm rounded up. So the point is, Abdulwasiu, thank you. You're still here. So that call is now, if you're from that end, that call is now.
No, I'm Yoruba. I'm Yoruba. It's not meant for me.
Okay. Forgive me. Yeah, I like to speak to someone directly. Anyway, then I wrap up. That is now the call for those that are in the audience that are of that community. Africa is crying out for growth. And we can grow when we are not building right. Right? It's a business. Do it right. If you approach your neighbors the right way, it will be a different conversation. But if you seek to exploit, they will return fire for fire. And at this time, we don't all want it. But if that's the way, our people are ready, and they will respond nicely. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Obiname. So, the speaker sent me this in the back channel. I'll just read it, then we just move on. Or whether if people want to respond to that, it'll be fine. So, forwarded as received. Start of quote. Nigerians, please ask the government the purpose of this approval. The federal government, without fanfare, approved 2 Sudanese airlines, Badri, that's BADR Airlines, and Tarco, TARCO Airways, to operate into Kano. The two airlines shall each be operating 2 flights weekly from Khartoum, Sudan to Kano. My worry, I hope it's not true, but Sudan is one of the breeding and training grounds for terrorists, Boko Haram and Al Qaeda inclusive. What trade relationship do we have with Sudan to attract the huge anticipated traffic to accommodate the business interest of two airlines? With the question marks. What are the terms of this? What are the terms of BASA agreement? BASA is BASA. What is the accounting for the huge traffic between Sudan and Nigeria? Questions and more questions. Um, then this speaker said this is from him. This is his own perspective. Security tension is already high in Nigeria. The polity is threatened. Nothing is working anymore. And now Sudanese interest in Nigeria increases. Your guess is as good as mine. God have mercy on Nigeria. He just wanted me to bring that to your attention. So moving on. So the queue is Mr. Saj, Mr. Ambi, Mr. The Don Abdul Wasil, and Mr. H. So, Mr. Saj, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for this chance to speak. I promise not to speak much because you already said so many things. So I'll go straight to the point. I mean, like, we're already very intelligent in this room. Dr. Musti made his observations and his points, and we all had. Sorry, can you guys hear me? Can you guys
Yes,
hear me?
sir. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Sorry. So, Dr. Musti made his point, and as you can see, the average Fulani feels very entitled. It's very obvious. The last speaker was trying to speak to his empathy. You cannot speak to these people. You cannot speak. They don't have any empathy. Their heart is as dark as, let me not even them not go too deep, but like, you cannot speak to them because they know what they are doing. It is strategic. They are very intelligent. Look at what this guy came here and said. They should give them land. That's what he said. What he said was that he was asked a question: should they buy the land or should the government give it to them? He said that he doesn't know. That is in the Land Use Act. This guy is a doctor. Doctor in what? I don't even know. But even a baby can answer that question. How can you do business? How can you make profit? How much is cow in Nigeria? Everybody eats beef, and you're saying that you cannot go and buy land? Okay, if it's like that now, let the federal government give Igbo people free shops in the north or anywhere in Nigeria. don't want that it is us against them. They make it so obvious. What other side do you want? They want to Fulanize the whole of Nigeria. It is very obvious. And I think that we stop speaking English, wake up to the fact, and start defending ourselves. In fact, we start acting. Because very soon, in the next 20, 25 years, they are going to run the country over if we keep fighting amongst ourselves. Please, I talk to those southern big mouths that come here and speak nonsense. You guys come here with all your English, with all your so-called books. That's all trash. See, the Fulani, whether headsmen, whether educated, whether rich, whether poor, they only understand one thing: power. It's only power that is in their head. They don't care how they get it. Be it the one carrying gun or the one in the classroom who is a PhD holder or a professor. They only understand power, and they'll get that power by any means necessary, even if it means coming to your house, to your property, and killing you. They will get it from you one way or the other. So let us stop all these things and just call a spade a spade. These guys are coming after us. We have to wake up. I hear the mic.
Okay, thank you for your submission, Mr. Saj. I believe the next speaker should be Mr.
Aburo,
Ambi.
I'm supposed
Mr.
to.
Ambi. No, Abdulwasi, not you. I have Ambi, the Don, then you, then Mr. H. That was the queue I took. I'm very sorry. So, Mr. Ambi, please go ahead, sir.
All right. Hi everyone. Okay. First, I don't want to sound very repetitive because I feel we've all been saying the same thing. The bottom line is the Fulani herdsmen are basically terrorists. I don't know why they keep labeling them bandits, and some of us call them bandits on these groups. They are terrorists. They should be treated as such. The Miati Allah is a terrorist organization and should be treated as such. But the only part that I don't really subscribe to is I think I've given up on the idea of us asking Buhari to do something about it. He's not going to do it. There's a saying that you cannot give what you don't have. If you don't have the will to do it, you cannot give it. He has shown time and time again that he can actually get results if he wants, with the way he went against Sunday Igboho and then Nnamdi Kanu all the way from another country. If he wants results, he can get it. But it's very obvious he doesn't want it. So what I feel is the best way we can go about this thing is an all-out war with these people, and it starts from us holding our state governors accountable. We should disturb them to fight these people. They should pass laws that Fulani headsmen are not allowed into the states. Be you a terrorist or not, as long as you're a Fulani headsman, you are not allowed until we deem it worthy that it is safe. I believe we have the right to discriminate against them right now until we are sure we are safe. Because first thing that comes, if the governor's first responsibility is the safety of his people. If he feels you are a threat, he's going to disallow you from entrance into his place, whether or not you are a threat or not. It's his prerogative to decide that. So I feel like these are easy things. If the governor wants to do it, all he needs to do is arm people the way the Yoruba people did their Motekun or something. Arm them, give them drones. Once you see any Fulani person coming in, you kill all of them, seize their cattle, and keep it for the state. It becomes state assets. If the governor wants to eat it, it's not my problem. But prevent them access into the states. We need to make the governors know that that is their responsibility. Their responsibility is the protection of the states and the people in the states. We need to hold them accountable. We need to make them uncomfortable. It's obvious that we cannot make Buhari uncomfortable. He doesn't even listen to us. I'm not sure he even listens to anybody. We can't make him uncomfortable. We can make our state governors uncomfortable, make them uncomfortable, make their families uncomfortable. They must work for us. They came to do the job. They claimed they could do the job. We didn't beg them to go there. They offered themselves, they campaigned, they promised heaven and earth. So it's up to us to make them uncomfortable so they can get this thing done. I feel we should hold them some level of responsible for these insecurities in the states. They have security votes for a purpose and they are not using it, they are enriching themselves. It's because it hasn't affected them. I'm sure the Katsina guy, it has affected him recently. That's why he's speaking. The Zamfara governor will probably speak soon because I know it's affecting him hard. I'm currently staying in Sokoto, and I know in Zamfara they turned off the telecoms networks for 2 weeks. You can't reach anybody there now by phone or data. They have no access. And I believe they claim to be getting results. But I believe they are doing that now because it's hitting them. Until it hits our governors, until it hits our elected officials, they will not do anything for you. We need to hold these people accountable. I think that's the best way to start this fight. It's an all-out war. They are fighting us. We need to fight back. We can speak English, fine. But while you're speaking English, you should be fighting back. You should use the what they call it, carrot and stick approach. If they do well, we pat them. If they do bad, we shoot them. It's, to me, it's a very simple thing. I'm not usually a violent person. I'm not usually want to sound like, I want us to kill people. But I heard someone speak recently, I think that was yesterday, and he said something that actually touched me, that he's one phone call away from being broke. He's in the US, but his family is here. Who knows, one day they will hold his family ransom, and then they will ask him for 100 million. At that point, everything he has worked for goes. And I think it applies to almost all of us. Some of us are speaking from comfort zones because we haven't been affected. It's just one phone call that will change all our mindsets, that will bring out the craze in all of us. They're saying that when you push one to the wall, you better be ready for what that one gives back. I think I yield the mic here.
Aboro,
Thank you very much.
should I go ahead?
Thank you. Oh, no. It's the dawn. After the dawn, then you go ahead, Mr.
Said it's me after him just now, I guess.
No, I said the dawn. I caught the dawn after Ambi now. So after Saj. Maybe you didn't hear me. After the dawn, then you go.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, oh, Olabode is here. Olabode is here. Oh no. Okay. Anyway, since we're all taking the piece, let me show you how restrictions work. You understand? So, a black guy a few weeks ago raped a lady in America. You understand? So, and then the guy was also, Nigerian. So that means all Nigerians should be banned from America because we're not sure which Nigerian is safe and which Nigerian isn't safe. So until we know which Nigeria is safe, ban all Nigerians from America and ban all the Nigerians from UK, because some Nigerians, most of the 419 that is committed in United Kingdom from Africa is committed by Nigerians. So we shouldn't give any Nigerian visa until we are sure that they don't, commit. Yeah, we're sure they're not going to commit crimes. Okay, whilst we're at it, we should also ban anybody who supports certain movements, because recently in Owerri, somebody was dismembered because he didn't support them. So, because of that kind of thing, we can't allow certain kind of things to happen. So we should just ban them too completely. When we see anybody who's moving around with a flag or, spousing something, we should tell our governors too that we do not like to see them. So when immediately they see them there, they should kill all of them and take their property. We don't care if the governor auctions off the property. So now back to reason. What is this obsession with Fulani people, and what is the obsession with the tribes? Why do you need to be obsessed with them? What you want is for this trespassing to stop. What is happening is criminal trespass. Somebody else's lifestyle should not affect you negatively. You understand? Somebody else's lifestyle, as long as it's not affecting you negatively, you should not be so angry about it. So, for example, you understand, if somebody is, sleeping in his house and decides to walk around without his clothes on, I couldn't care less. It's as if it's negatively affecting me. So what is negatively affecting you is the criminal trespass and the violence that has erupted from it. Fix that. The idea that because somebody is Fulani or he's Hausa or he's whatever, and he comes to your land to commit an atrocity, and it's annoying you more than an atrocity that was committed by somebody that is from your perceived tribe, you have a serious tribalistic problem. You understand? And the thing is, you guys tend to forget, don't get what he's talking about Masari. Masari is a complete good head, as far as I'm concerned. Why does it, who cares who's committing the crime? All I want is for the freaking crime to stop. The people that have died, do you think that the people care that the people came from the same village with them? They don't care. They just don't want their people to die. And that is the truth. Masari is not doing his job. And that is why he's deflecting. I mean, he's one of the worst governors that Katsina has ever had. The other day I was in that state, he had more than 500 kilometers of road. What has Masari done? Nothing. Just come and complain on TV and then do rubbish and pit people against themselves. Anyway, whilst we are being positive, at least thank God, that thing, everybody was criticizing the president the defense minister for saying that, for announcing that they will stop, they will block, what you call this thing again? telecommunications in Zamfara so that they could go and weed out the bandits. Well, you can read your newspapers, they started kicking them out. So hopefully the people who have been suffering and dying, Nigerians like you, will get some respite. The ones that are not tribalistic, if you're tribalistic, well, row a boat out of the country. Thank you, you're not needed. Bye. Aburo, I am done.
Aburo,
Aburo, are
can
you
I
there?
respond?
No, I'm going next now.
Abdulwasiu is to go next. Abdulwasiu, please go.
No,
Okay.
can we have a response to the guy that just spoke?
Please, no,
We
let
don't
me
need
just
to.
go.
We don't need to do back and forth with these guys. We don't need back and forth.
No, we don't need to.
No need to.
So,
No
okay.
need to engage.
Let's not
No need. The guy has no sense.
no
Just leave it alone. Just
You see, that is the problem. You must always
Everywhere for how long?
Hold on. It's okay. It's okay. Don't give them space anyway. Don't give stupidity space. But go ahead. There's no need. Let us go.
Sorry, Aburo, your friend just broke the rules of the club. Don't insult anybody. Protocol, shut the fuck up. Don't talk about me. I don't care about you. The rules of the club, I don't insult anybody.
Bro,
Abdulwasiu, please go.
You've never ever for once stood and criticized Fulani headsmen. Why are you running to?
Okay, so I will look at this issue from an economic point of view, from security, from geography, from cultural clashes between Fulani and other ethnic nationalities in Nigeria. See, the reality is that to start with, it is insulting for any Fulani nationalistic movement, whether it's Mieti Allah, for them to come out to say they are against, the pronouncement or laws made by the state government, any state government in Nigeria, like the Southwestern government. Now, the reality is this, whether we like it or not, we have a bandit problem. And these bandits, we know who they are. The bandits are Fulani others. So I don't know why it's very, very hard for people to accept this. You cannot just, when you have, if a group of Nigerians, if they make it their work to go in UK, they make it their work to start raping people, to go to start kidnapping people. It won't be out of place if the UK government says, see, we are banning this group of Nigerians who are doing this crime, who are committing this crime. So for people to, use such example like a rapist who is a Nigerian, once in a blue moon, you cannot use that example. Here, what we are talking about is this. We are talking about a mindset of the people that they've not evolved. I'm not generalizing. It's not Fulani, it's Fulani others. They see Nigeria, they still look at Nigeria from the perspective of 18th century Nigeria, where they can just go to any place and, fighting the indigenous people there, they take over land and it is their place. So they've not been able to evolve. They don't understand the constitution of Nigeria. They don't understand that there's a boundary now. You cannot just move around with cow from Mali, from Niger, from Burkina Faso and come to Nigeria, or even within the Nigerian space. You cannot just move around with cow, maybe from Katsina, from Sokoto, and come to the southwest or the north central when this land are in the hands of the state government. You cannot do that. You cannot just go to the bush and set up illegal settlement and after 20 years start claiming that you are indigenous to the land and start claiming that you should be given the same right as those who have been in that community for a very long period of time. So if the Yorubas in the southwest are not going to the north to do this, no Fulani man should come to the west or should come to any part of the country to do this. So, and that is why I said I'm going to look at it from different perspectives. The thing is this, some of us were born in the north. We understand the psychology of the average Fulani band, the Fulani others. They don't understand respect for authority. They live in the bush. And this has been a big problem for the government. People just don't know this thing. They don't know that this Fulani did not just start. It has been here for a very long period of time. What changes is the proliferation of arms in Sahel. A lot of these bandits, you understand me, their means of livelihood cannot sustain them. That's just the reality. You see a single Ruger in the bush, about 36, family. Also, the family is about 36 members of this family, and they have like 10 cows. How many of these cows can they sell on yearly basis that will be able to sustain them? They don't understand agriculture. They don't learn work. Most of them are not educated. They cannot contribute in any way. So at the end of the day, a lot of the youths among them becomes criminal. Initially, they were cattle rustler. They were disturbing other Fulanis initially. Later, when they got sophisticated arm, they turn to criminal. And that is the problem. The problem is this, is we have apologies among the Fulanis elite in the city. Instead of accepting this responsibility and say, okay, we fail our people who are herders, how can we reform them? They are trying to shift blame to other people. So when you talk about this issue, they label you. They call you are being Islamophobic or you are being Fulani-phobic. I don't even understand what that means. So instead of accepting responsibility, we, the rest of Nigeria, cannot accept responsibility for the misdoing of northern leaders. Most of all these Fulanis, they know their state of origin. Their state of origin are in the northwest and in the northeast. I disagree with people who say Fulani don't have a place in Nigeria. No, we all came from different places. Their state of origin are in the northwest. It is the responsibility of this government in the northwest to rehabilitate and make sure that these Fulani others are reintegrated into society, that they don't constitute nuisance, destroying farmland, destroying everybody. And that's why I'm saying I'm going to look at it from different point of view. So from the economic point of view, what is the economic importance of rearing cow? If a state like Ondo State says, we don't want you to rear cow in our forest, it is finer. Kano State, for a very long period of time, they'll be telling every southerner, see, we'll create a Sabongeri for you guys. You go there, you can only drink in Sabongeri, you can only do your stuff in Sabongeri. We don't want you to open beer parlor in any other part of Kano State. And if you do that, they will seize your alcohol, the bottles, and they'll break it. It is their state, and they can make those laws. So it is our state too, in the south or any part of Nigeria. The people there, the indigenous people there, through their representative in government, can say, we don't want open grazing in our place. It is, they can say, we don't want illegal settlement in our bushes. The reason why I'm saying this thing is this. Most of these so-called bandits, they hide under the fact that they can settle in the bush. I'm going to be using Yoruba example. In the southwest, we are not bush dweller. Even when we go to farm in the bush, we'll set up what we call a bulle. We stay there, we go to the bush, we farm, we come back to our bulle before we come back to our cities. So it's easier for us to know, we know our bushes, we know our forests from settlement. When these people move into the forest, I'm using Ondo, Ekiti, and Osun as an example, they move into this forest illegally. They set up camps in this forest. They use this as a raiding ground to come to the city, to come to the highway, to kidnap people. So when the government says, no, we don't do like this, Yorubas don't behave like this, we have other people within our means. For example, the Ibira, they've been living in Ondo State for more than 50, 60 years. They have their settlement. In Akoko area, in our area, you see their settlement there. They live among Yorubas. They imbibe the culture of the Yorubas. You don't even know the difference. We don't have any problem with them. If you want to come and reside in our place, you need to understand our customs and law. You need to work within that frame, because the Yorubas are not going to the north, to tamper out, to push their whole narrative down their throat. So that's another thing. Another thing is this: when people say Fulani agenda, the reality is this: if you look at the whole conflict, if you look at it holistically, because I always like to look at everything holistically. If you check what is going on in the northwest, the bandits are killing people a lot in the northwest. And I think this is one example that a lot of Congo normally use. They are killing us. So what do you want us to do? If they are killing you people in the northwest and you are okay with it because maybe you share, you think you guys are the same, and you don't want to come out to rock the boat, it is your responsibility. We don't want them to kill us. We don't want them to come and be destroying our farms. It's finer. And this legislature, to me, I still believe in political process. What is going on now? Like what just happened yesterday when Lagos State government, they started the open grazing, ban on open grazing. We are talking about that. These are the things we need to do. We need to find a way, if we are still going to remain in the same country, to sever our destiny from the rest of other people. If some people believe that they still want to be behaving and living like they are in the 18th or 19th century, it is their problem. They should be able to live like that without hindering or stamping upon our own right. That's the thing. We need to find a way where we reconfigure the country where everybody can live the way they want to live. But the issue of their grabbing land, the reality is there are more lands, more arable land in the north central than any other part of Nigeria. So when people talk about land, that the Fulani are interested in land, I just believe that there's a problem of Fulani banditry, which is caused by economic reasons, which is caused by the fact that the demography of the Fulani has exploded, which is caused by the fact that the elites in the core north have not been able to integrate Fulanis who are others into society. And as a result, like everything, they are shifting the blame into everybody. They want everybody to take part in rehabilitating, in creating environment for Fulani others to operate. It is now our responsibility to do that. And that's why everything is lumped together from a cultural point of view, from economic point of view, from historical point of view. The thing is this: we've had a country where states were created because of political reasons, and the people who are actors in this state, they become so lazy that they just sit down and get revenue from federal government. They want it to remain the same. They don't want to take responsibility for anything. The same Masari that came out to talk about this thing came out yesterday. He was castigating Rivers State government that is not going to accept the fact that states should be, collecting their VAT themselves. So they sit down comfortably. 75–80% of the VAT comes from southern state, and they share it at the end of the month. They have rugas where people are giving birth to, as a woman will give birth to as much as 10 children. Nobody is talking about that. Nobody is talking about, controlling the population. Nobody is talking about educating these people. Nobody is talking about creating skill acquisition program for them so that they can become useful member of society. They just leave them. And when people talk, they'll say, don't start. We have our culture. It's our culture. So if it is your culture, you should also be responsible for providing enabling environment for them. We, the rest of Nigeria, should not be responsible for that. And that's why when we talk about these issues, I believe in practical solution. The reality is this: for ethnically diverse country like Nigeria, the reality is it's better if every ethnic nationality go their separate way. Yes, it is better that way. You'll be able to control yourself. You'll be able to do your thing. But we still live in Nigeria where we are together. And we need to find a solution where people can be responsible for their problem. I yield.
Sorry, let us be careful when we say rehabilitation, because the government is already rehabilitating Boko Haram. So let us be careful and distinguish between the both of them, because you might accidentally, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, you might accidentally give them the justification or the legality to start, rehabilitating these killer heads, man, these terrorists back into society, because we already have that problem with Boko Haram at the moment and nobody is saying anything. Thank you.
Can I respond to that, please, just briefly? Hello?
Please go ahead. I don't know where I'm going.
See, when we say rehabilitation, whether you like it or not, the Fulanis are citizens of Nigeria. They have their state. Now, it is the responsibility of state government where Fulanis are indigenous to, the Northwest, to carry these others who are in the bush. Their way of life is not sustainable. In the 21st century, they cannot continue to roam about the bushes with cow. So it is the responsibility of this government to go and create maybe Ruga in this area, create it for them, create schools for them. That is the kind of rehabilitation I'm talking about. Create schools for them, do borrow for them within the geographical entity of northwestern Nigeria or northeastern Nigeria. For example, like what Kano State government is proposing, create Rugas. The thing is, if you've been to the north, there are landmass everywhere. Arable landmass everywhere in the northwest. So they can go, and they have a lot of surface water. If you don't know, they have a lot of irrigation work going on. They have a lot of surface water. It is the responsibility of this government to say, okay, all the others who are from Kano State, come to Kano. We'll create this area for you people. You go in here, you rear your cattle, we'll create a primary school there, we'll do skill acquisition center for you people there. Do it there. It is their responsibility. It is not the responsibility of my state, Kwara State, or Ondo State, or Ekiti State, to do that for Fulani herders who came from the corner. So the thing is this: a lot of people have problem, whether with Fulani or with whoever. And they are using this as justification to push some of their hatred. These Fulanis, they are citizens of Nigeria, whether you like it or not. The same right you have as a citizen of this country is the same right every other Nigerian national have in this country. But the right, they don't have that right. They don't have that justification to come to any of the states in the south to start pushing like what these stupid Mietiala are doing, to start pushing narrative that people should be given land. In a serious country, that spokesman of Mietiala will not sleep in his house. He will be in jail. He will be in DSS custody.
Can I ask you a question? Sorry.
Do. Yeah.
I understand.
Guys, I'm
what you're
supposed to
saying.
go
Hold
next.
on.
Wait,
Hold
please.
on, guys. Hold on, guys. Hold on, please. Who's moderating the room?
Aburo is supposed to
Hold
moderate.
on. Abdul, are you there?
Fulani is here.
Tolani is busy.
Hello. I'm back. I'm sorry. I just to pray. Yes, I'm here. I had to pray.
Okay, you
I'm
have to
back
pray.
now.
That's fine. I just wanted to be sure that we are still in government. That's all.
We are still in government. We are still in government.
Oh God.
Guys, by 7
Okay, so
o'clock we'll be talking.
Abdul,
Hold on, please. Abu Asu is still talking. Guys, by 7 o'clock, we'll be having a room with a victim of this Fulani terrorist. He was kidnapped, and he will come and share a story. So please, when you see the room, join in, and let's talk about what matters. All the other, let's talk about what matters. Yeah, thank you.
So now, okay. When I say see, this thing is very, very important.
Basu, please wait these seconds.
Sorry. I wanted to ask Abdul a question. Sorry, please.
Okay. So let Smokey ask his question, then you take 1 minute.
Okay, Abdul Asu, yeah. I understand the angle you're coming from, and I totally agree with it. Yes, the Fulanis who have been in Nigeria have the same rights as every Nigerian, whether you're Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Ijo, Efik, Ishekiri, whatever the fuck you are. I agree with that. Yeah? But, like I said before, when we use that word, my problem is not with what's your submission. My problem is with that word, rehabilitation. Now, this is why I have a problem with that word. Yeah? We all know the antecedents of Boko Haram. I'm not going to go into that. We all know their antecedents. But they are being, reintegrated, or what is that word? They're using that word as the catalyst to say, okay, these people are not bad people. Let us put them back into the society. Now, at this point in time, at this moment, we do not know